Thank you. Oh, I feel like that needs 5 or something. No! Oh my gosh! That's a lot. My son's helping me get tea. Okay, welcome! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Here we go. We're starting part 2. And I'm so excited to be here with you. I'm so excited. I'm surprised by how many people have gotten to see, have just joined, even for a few minutes. It's awesome. So put it right here, right there. All right, I'm grateful you're here. I'm reading Live Your Best Life by me, read by me, for 2 reasons. I'm celebrating that my book is now available on Audible, iTunes. I can't remember the other ones. It's available as an audiobook. And 2, I'm concerned about our current crisis that's affecting our whole globe. I'm really wanting to help people apply the Live Your Best Life principles to managing crisis. So those are my 2 reasons. All right, very quickly, I just want to pray that I reach the people I'm meant to reach today, that I support and serve at my highest capacity, and I just pray to do good. Amen. All right. I'm happy to be here with you. And we're starting with part 2, which is the least sexy part of my book, right? Because it's all about getting organized. I've never found, well, now I'm finding it more sexy. But back then, not sexy. And getting organized is so important for us to live our best life. So this part is very practical. I'm very proud of this part of my book, and I'm excited to read it to you. So I hope you're doing awesome. My only other ask is if you can please share this out so other people can benefit. That is wonderful. All right, part 2. Are you ready? Here we go. Part 2, choose to get organized for success. First comes thought, then organization of that thought into ideas and plans, then transformation of those plans into reality. That was said by Napoleon Hill. Getting organized is a critical life choice for living your best life. Organization is the framework for creating the life of your dreams. There are several components to choosing organization: clearing your living space, prioritizing, time management, goal setting, money management, and delegating. And I just want to say that now, during this time where we're shelter in place and we have more time and less distractions, I urge you to work on these very practical things that I'm going to name, so that when we get back to life as we know it, you'll set yourself up for success. Because I don't know about you, but in my before this all happened, my life was pretty busy. And I'm finding that a lot of people have more time now. So hopefully you'll focus on these things. All of these components have one thing in common. They each focus on managing your resources to maximize your efforts towards creating the most amazing life ever. A desire for change and several positive actions without a plan or strategy is wasted energy. For a long time, I followed a health and wellness regime in a very haphazard manner, without rhyme or reason, because I actively identified with being known as carefree. I embraced chaos, thinking that organization and time management were bars to a cell. While it made me happy to think this way, I was continuously a slave to repeating actions, leaving things undone or unfinished, and nagging reminders of to-do items. I have since discovered that getting organized allows me freedoms that my past chaos never permitted. The joy I feel from accomplishing what is important to me and filling my day with purpose feels infinitely more carefree than my past ever did. One of the first areas I address when coaching others is organization and time management. Still a true story. These two areas are the sturdiest foundations for supporting a happy, healthy, and passionate life. Not only is this necessary, but I have yet to meet a successful, passionate person who is not organized and does not manage their time well. I found this really shocking when I really started working on making my life better. I underestimated how important getting organized and time management would be. And it is critical. In order to lead your best life, it is absolutely necessary to clean up your physical environment, yes, prioritize, manage your time, set goals, delegate, and prioritize. I know I said prioritize twice, but I think you'll see soon why it is so detrimental. Any of you nurses out there, you will appreciate prioritizing because that's actually where I learned that skill set is in my nursing life. If you currently identify with or have ever identified with being scattered or disorganized in any aspect of your life, affirmations can help. I find the following affirmation is imperative for the greatest, most useful transformation. Oftentimes there is resistance to changing and it can be so scary. So the following affirmation helps to create the internal change necessary for changing patterns that affect our external reality. Here goes. This affirmation, I hope you'll write it down, tattoo it with henna, make it a permanent part of your life. I am willing to change. If you're with me right now, just say it out loud. I am willing to change. I literally feel my heart open up when I say that, and I feel filled with possibility. I am willing to change. Repeating this mantra in front of the mirror is one of the best ways to internalize this message. I invite you to say this affirmation daily, especially when you feel resistance to trying something new. Like my mom always said, my mom used to tell me that the closest thing to godliness is cleanliness. I would also like to add organization, prioritizing, money management, delegating, and time management as active participants in a spiritually fulfilled life. So let's get organized. I'm so excited to share with you why I feel so strongly that getting organized is critical for you living your best life. Yes, Corey, I am back. Hello, how are you? Lillian, thank you for joining. Here, let me wave. And my friends on Periscope, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in on Twitter. Thank you, my Facebook family. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you to, what's the last one? YouTube. Oh my gosh, there's a warning. Okay, we have a warning. Oh my gosh. All right, here we go. My prayer for you. This is so important. I pray for your ability to assess all aspects of your life and identify which areas need organizing. I pray for your strength and determination to follow through on actions necessary to get organized. I pray for your success. Hi, Bertram. Thank you for joining me in Chicago. Oh, okay. Thank you. My son made me a sandwich. You know, it takes a village to be able to read a book online. All right. Okay, if you will stick with me on this part, because this, as I mentioned, not sexy. Not sexy to get organized, to clean, to manage time, but the results are sexy. Can you imagine having more time, more energy, more focus, more determination to do what matters to you? That's what will happen if you take care of your time management and getting organized. Okay, so here we go. Part 2, Chapter 1. Woo! Clear the clutter. I hope I don't lose you on this one. Ready? When we clear the physical clutter from our lives, we literally make way for inspiration and good, orderly direction to enter. Yes. My mom would often say, I'm repeating myself here, cleaning is the closest thing to godliness. She often told me that my surroundings were a direct reflection of what was going on inside my mind and spirit. So take a moment to think about your environment and look around. Do you like what you see? Are you happy with what you're seeing? So take a moment, reflect on your space, your home, your office, your car. How do you feel about it? How do you feel about your space? What space in your life, in regards to your living space, needs some improvement? Do you have a trouble area where the clutter collects? Are there several trouble areas? If there are, I don't want to overwhelm you, but think about the one that needs the most help. Regardless of the health problem, goal, or unhappiness, the lowest hanging fruit. So what I mean by that is the easiest thing you can do to start to make your life better is helping to clear your living space so that you can create success and wellness. This is very, very important. I have yet to meet someone who's living an amazing life who does not have their living space in order. Now, I know what you're thinking. Well, I have a friend who's awesome and he has a mess. I have met incredible people that have a scattered environment, but there is order. If you ask them to describe what's going on in their home, they have things organized in their own way. There's an order to it. Living space is defined as any space you occupy in your daily living, including home, office, garage, attic, backyard, front yard, etc. Any area you occupy during the day and at night. I am wishing you an endless amount of patience and love. I have noticed that every person I work with, myself included, especially me, has a challenging area in their home. For me, it has been my office space. It is a place where I feel helpless. You know, when I wrote this, that was true, but not anymore. And I don't know where to begin. It seems like I just shift piles from one place to the next. Has that ever happened to any of you where you start to clean and it's like you move one thing here, move it over there, but nothing gets better, it just seems to get worse. And as I work on my office, it's almost like each item that's out of place weighs a ton. Have you felt that when you're cleaning, how you're moving through things and it just feels so heavy, like it feels, oh, I feel it as an emotional weight and frustration. I have since discovered I'm not alone in this feeling. In fact, I bet all of you can relate to this feeling. I'm happy to say there is a pleasant solution. Have faith and know it is like the saying, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. Don't eat an elephant. They're such sweet, beautiful animals. Well, all right, anyways, cleaning the home, car, or office can be an overwhelming and emotional undertaking for some. I actually would like to change that to say most people. For a large part of my life, these three spaces have been a complete mess, mostly because of how overwhelming it felt to work on each area. I would find myself having a burst of energy and deciding that I was going to clean up my entire office to perfection, and then quitting because the task at hand felt so overwhelming and daunting. Sometimes it's not just about cleaning your space. It's about facing your internal mess. Remember what I said? That your environment is a reflection of what's happening inside of you. So don't be surprised when you're trying to clean it that it feels overwhelming. Like it just seems bigger than what it is. Sometimes, yeah, I already said that. And it can be really draining. It's almost like facing a past event or person you would rather ignore. I encourage you to revisit mentally the space in your life that requires immediate action from the question above. So the question I asked earlier. Consider asking yourself. So think of that part of your home that is the most troublesome and ask yourself, how would my life be different if this space were clean and free of clutter? How would your life be different? How much of your energy is going into thinking, I should clean that, I should do something about it? What would you do? Some of us have things like in our mind that, well, when that space is clean, I will do X, Y, and Z. So ask yourself, how might my life be different if this space were clean and free from clutter? As unusual as it sounds, each mess that is ignored, every item that is out of place, every unused item that is kept, and all dirty spaces are preventing complete satisfaction and happiness. It is imperative to clean home, office, and car. For general house chores, I see the greatest success when tasks are delegated and included in a schedule that is visible to all people living in the home. Making a weekly commitment to cleanliness in the home will contribute to satisfaction and peace. Clearing clutter and letting go of unusual items is a bit more challenging, but completely doable with a plan. I encourage you to pick the space that requires the most help. A daily commitment helps take the drama out of it. I recommend a small amount. So for example, if you were to spend 15 minutes a day, now that we're shelter in place, you probably could do 15 minutes a day, like 2 or 3 times per day, but keep it a small amount. An amount, 15 minutes, I think mentally is so doable. Set a timer and go. If for some reason you don't want to stop, which happens frequently, when the time is up, then great, keep on going. But if you feel overwhelmed, maybe you're working through clearing a space that's very draining to you, then just know it'll be over in 15 minutes and you can stop. Take a break. Commit daily to working on your mess. You'll be amazed how far you get just by spending 15 minutes a day on something. Like everything else in this book, being constant wins over quantity. So cleaning gung-ho for 10 hours one day and then never cleaning again until the next year, not worth as much as if you spent 15 minutes a day clearing the space. Clearing clutter and letting go of unusual items is a bit more challenging, but completely doable with a plan. All right, I already talked about that. The hardest part for most people in regards to clearing clutter is giving away items that are no longer in use. Is this you? Is it hard for you to get rid of things? Once when I was traveling, I met this amazing woman that claimed her life's belongings all fit in her large purple backpack. I was so fascinated, and she was an adult. Like she was an adult. And I asked her why she didn't have the use for or want for more things. She looked at me really carefully and said, be careful with what you keep, for not only do you own it, but it owns you too. Isn't that crazy? That's another statement. Like, remember my patient, if you saw my video earlier, I talked about a patient that talked to me about changing my feelings or choosing my feelings. This woman changed me too when she said, What you own owns you too. How true is that? Everything I own owns me too. It owns a bit of my energy. It owns a bit of my focus. That was a game changer. This made such an amazing impression. I definitely have more things than this woman, but I am constantly careful with what I keep, especially if I'm not using it. I invite you to go through your things. If you own something that has not been used in over a year, consider letting it go. If there is a feeling of panic or a thought of what if, try the following exercise for letting go of unused items. So holding your unused item or clothing, close your eyes. Bring your awareness to your breath. Remember, you are the expert of you. Take 5 deep breaths. With each exhale, release any thoughts while keeping the focus on the breath. Ask your most knowing self, is it in my best interest to keep this item or let it go? Whatever the answer, I encourage you to follow your intuition. You know when you're supposed to keep something. You know when it's not helping you. You are the expert of you. You can choose to donate your items or have a yard sale and do something fun and exciting with the money you make from selling items that are no longer serving you. You can give it away to a school, to a church. There's so many things you can do. I invite you to make this a yearly ritual. Sometimes spring is the best time because there's the energy of creation, or sometimes the best time is when you're sheltering in place, right? Now's the time. We have time. I find that any change of season can be an inspiring time to clean the home and release items that are no longer of use. As you release each item, I encourage you to make the release symbolic of releasing patterns and feelings that are no longer serving you. Cleaning is so spiritual because as you clean a space, as you let things go, it liberates you. If you have children in your life, what an amazing lesson if they learn from you to let go of things that are no longer useful. Learning at a young age to keep a clean space free from clutter is a wonderful blessing. Every change of season, my boys go through their clothes, toys, and books. They are continuously clearing out any unused items so that they can be delivered to places where others can get use of them. Plus, their space remains clean and clutter-free, filled only with items that are in use. It feels so good. Exercise. How would your life be different if it were free from any clutter in your living and workspace? How would your life be different? Commit to working on this daily. It will be challenging, but if you remain consistent, you'll get through it. Don't forget to breathe, and don't forget this is a life practice. It's forever. Anytime I have a new goal or I'm trying to change something in my life, I always start with cleaning my living space. In fact, I'm going through this right now because now that my book is on audio, which was a 3-year process, I'm now working on finishing my second book. And so I'm cleaning and decluttering because it's helping to prepare me to write my book. So, and you can do this also right now with our crisis. You can clean your home. It will empower you. You'll feel better. It's a life change. Every time without fail, when I clear my living space, I gain clarity, so much clarity. I become inspired, and often I gain necessary insight for completing my goals. This practice alone has contributed in large part to me living my best life. I encourage you not to neglect this aspect of wellness. Clean up and organize your living space. You will be amazed how much you can progress with this act alone. My prayer for you, my dear friend. I pray you find the strength to let go of the things that are no longer of use to you. I pray that you commit daily to clearing the clutter and piles in your home. I pray you see the connection to having a clean and organized space for mental clarity and personal freedom. I wish you success with all of my little heart. Yay! If this is a challenge for you, I highly, highly, highly recommend the book, The Life-Changing Magic of Tidying Up by Marie Kondo. It's very, very good. Very, very practical. I'm drinking from one of my favorite cups. It's my mini cup. There she is. I think you can see her. Oh. Oh my goodness. I'm thinking of that. Have any of you seen that meme of the cute Chihuahua where anytime the Chihuahua feels a tickle in their throat, they say, "Eres tú, Rona." Anyways, I feel that way. Anytime like I'm talking so much, my throat feels a little tingly. So I had the terrible thought of, is that the coronavirus? Is anyone finding you're laughing more? I have found in the last couple of weeks that I'm laughing more than I have laughed in a long time. And I think it's because we need balance, and it's good to laugh. It's good for coping. All right. So I think in part 2, this is my favorite chapter. It's all good, but this one is really important. Corey liked that. Yeah, Rona. Eres tú, Rona. Is it you, Rona? Good. I'm glad you're feeling happier, Corey. It's good. It's good to feel happy. We're alive. It's a good thing to celebrate. How's everyone else doing in Facebook land and in Periscope and YouTube land? I'm so happy you are here, and I hope that you're able to hear me. Every now and then, if you want to give me a little, I hear you, that's awesome. Okay, cool. Part 2. Chapter 2. Here we go. Oh, my friend Carrie's here. Mwah, mwah, mwah. All right, this one, ladies and gentlemen, very important. Chapter 2, prioritize. The key is not to prioritize what's on your schedule, but to schedule your priorities. Oh my gosh. I think I could have gotten on the Live Your Best Life bus much sooner if I had learned this very important thing, to schedule my priorities. This is such a critical component to leading an amazing, peaceful, and blissful life. Simply being aware of your priorities is an excellent step. Okay, so here's the reality. It's all good and fine to prioritize, but what I find happens a lot is people don't even know what their priorities are. A lot of times it's unknown. And I spend my days asking people, what matters to you most? And a lot of times I get like this look like, they're thinking about it. This is really important to first know, right? Most of the people I know can vocalize, With further questioning, I find although most people can verbalize their priorities, their actions say something different. So that's a whole nother set of problems. Like I do find people tell me my family is the most important. God is the most important. My pets are the most important. But when we start looking at their schedule, the least amount of their time is going to their family or to their pets or to God in prayer. And so that can cause a very big disconnect. So let me define priority. Precedence, especially established by order of importance or urgency. Exercise. Take 3 deep breaths. Inhaling in, exhaling out. Inhaling in, exhaling out. Last time, inhaling in, exhaling out. Placing your hand on your heart, close your eyes, and think of what are your top 3 priorities in your life. What are your top 3 priorities in your life? My boys are. Okay. Now, if you can, write them down. If you can't, just remember them. All right? So now, take another deep breath. Exhaling out. Now, very honestly, answer this next question. Where does the bulk of your time go? What are the top 3 things your time is spent doing? Where and what you spend your time and energy doing are really your priorities. So even if you think that, hi Melissa, thank you for joining. Even if you think and say that God, family, and learning are your priorities, I'm just making things up, but all your time is going to working at a job you don't like, worrying, TV, those are your real priorities. And when your list, there's a disconnect between what you say matters to you most and where your time is going, this often leads to unhappiness and, in worst case scenarios, health problems. The happiest, most successful people all spend the majority of their time and energy on their top 3 priorities. So this is really important. And I also find that people who are sick and unhappy are usually not spending the time on their priorities. I would like to ask you, what is the one thing you could be doing right now to focus on your priorities? What is the one thing you could be doing right now to focus on your priorities? Asking yourself this question continuously is extremely helpful for aligning your priorities with your actions so that you can have integrity between what you say you want and what you're actually doing. There must be integrity between those two if you want to be healthy, happy, and whole. As you reflect on your day, are there actions that you'd be willing to let go of in the future in order to make more time for what is most important to you? As you get to know your priorities, I encourage you to create a safe space within yourself that promotes honesty. Sometimes it's easier to say something is a priority if we think it should be. Be careful with the shoulds. If you enjoy working and most of your energy goes to working, but you feel guilty because you think your family should be your priority, consider asking yourself if you are willing to accept work as your priority, your career. It's okay. Discuss it with your loved ones. For all you know, they may be relieved to hear the truth from you. There's good things that have come from you having your career come first. That's just an example. Find ways that you can make your real priorities work for you. Ask yourself, what are the advantages of having this as my priority? Create a sustainable plan to implement your top 3 priorities into your daily activities. You will be happiest when you fill your days with what you love and what matters most to you. Don't feel overwhelmed. If your day right now is filled with things that don't matter most to you, it's filled with things that you have to and should do, there is hope. And we're going to talk about how to do that. So first, list your top 3 priorities. If you can, write them down. If not, just think about them. Learning to align priorities with time has been a huge game changer for me. The more I spend my time doing what matters most, I feel more inspired and fulfilled. I have started to feel true self-acceptance, and I want that for you too. So list your top 3 priorities. How can you incorporate your 3 priorities into your daily life? Now, it's not enough to do it once a week. If God is your priority, there needs to be a way that you include God in your daily life. If your children are your priority, you need to find a way to include them in your daily life. You don't just say that they're your priority. You have to do something about it. Go through each priority and ask yourself, what is one thing? And it can be small. Because remember, when you start small, it builds. What matters is that you do it daily. So go through each priority and ask yourself, what is one thing I can do daily to incorporate my priority into my daily life? So to use myself as an example, I always said God was the most important thing to me, but I did not devote much time on a daily basis. So I was out of alignment. So when I started asking myself, what can I do daily to place, to make God more important? And it was very simple. It was pray. Pray in the morning and pray at night. And then that turned into pray every time you wash your hands, which right now is a lot. And it grew and it's grown and grown and grown. And as my habit has grown, my priority, which is my faith, I address it all the time. I mean, if you saw the beginning of this video, you saw that my prayer was to be of service. All right, so revisit your priorities frequently when planning your week. Don't just leave it as an afterthought where you think about it later. Think about it daily. Make sure you make time for your priorities. And trust me, even if you just do it for a minute a day, if you make time for your priorities, each one a minute a day, and you did it every day, it will grow. It will grow because remember we were talking about when you feel good, you do more of what feels good, you begin to attract more of what is good. It's like a snowball. Your health and happiness will improve the more time you dedicate to what matters most to you. My prayer for you. I pray that you become clear regarding your life's priorities. I pray that you consciously decide to dedicate your time and energy to your priorities. May you commit daily to do what matters most to you. I really pray for that. Hello, Lillian. I'm so happy you're here. All right. Part 2, Chapter 3. Another unsexy topic, but very important because what this will do for you is very good. So here we go. Part 2, Chapter 3. Time management. When you know what you want, you realize that all there is left then is time management. You'll manage your time to achieve your goals because you clearly know what you're trying to achieve in your life. That was said by Patch Adams. If you can master the art of managing your time wisely, this will contribute largely to your happiness and joy. Time management is one of the most challenging tasks to master. The good news is once managing your time becomes a habit, it is super easy to maintain. True story. Hard to start, but once you get it going, easy to maintain. A huge part of time management is managing time to include time for your priorities. So now that you are clear on your priorities, let's work on managing your time so that you can spend most of your time doing what you love. Does that sound great or what? Can you imagine if your day was just filled doing what you love? when I started this journey, I would say maybe 5% of my day went to what mattered most to me. And now, at least 95%. I am like almost 100% there. And it's taken a while, but it's been such a worthwhile journey. So 2 of the statements I hear a lot include, I hear this all the time. I don't have time. I'm too busy. I don't have time. I don't have time. I don't have time. Well, hopefully that has changed for you. I mean, right now, there are some good things coming out of shelter in place, and this is one of them, that we have a little bit more time. But even if we weren't sheltering in place, I don't have time is a bit of an excuse, because when I hear someone say I don't have time, what it really means to me is that there isn't that desire to make time or to make difficult, challenging decisions to make more time. These statements seem to be the standard answer when I ask, why are you not filling your day with activities you love? If this is an issue for you, I encourage you to return to the first part of this book where I address taking responsibility. If your mentality is to blame work, kids, spouse, chores, bills, etc. for sucking up your time, there is no room for you to change. If you have chosen to accept responsibility for your life, then you know that you can affect change in your life. You can choose to fill your days with everything you love and love everything you choose in your life. Once you take responsibility, you may discover that some of the items you think you dislike may actually be really important to you. So now that you choose to create your own reality, how do you manage your time logistically? I believe daily planning contributes to time management success. The absolute best practice I have found for this is nightly planning for the following day. This is really, really helpful. And then checking in at the end of the week, every month, quarterly check-ins, and yearly check-ins. I invite you to dedicate a journal or notebook for your nightly planning ritual. Daily, prior to going to bed, I encourage you to spend a few minutes with your notebook. Doesn't take much time, worth its weight in gold. List everything you'd like to accomplish the following day, including all items like work, cooking, exercise, play, family, chores. Once you have a list, it's really helpful to see what it is you're wanting to accomplish. And I'm willing to bet you list more things that there's even time for doing. So by looking at your list and guesstimating around how long each one will take you, it then forces you, but it encourages you to look at what's realistic and what matters most. So then what matters most to you actually ends up in the list of what you're going to do, and the rest can carry over to the next day. And you may find that there are things that keep carrying over until you realize that they're not that important, and maybe you don't want to do them. So this practice is very simple and very effective, but you actually have to do it in order for it to work. I encourage you to try this for 30 days. It takes 30 days to create a new habit. I promise if you do this faithfully for 30 days, your life will change for the better. If not, contact me and I will publicly admit I was wrong. I still have not been contacted, so I think it's all good. This is an amazing, empowering gift for your happiness. I invite you to take it seriously and to try. Why not, right? You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Why not? I have come to know the act of managing my time is just as much physical as it is a mental shift. This is why it is essential to physically write down your plans. Being fully present in the now is in perfect alignment with managing your time. So much time is wasted thinking about the past and projecting into the future. If you are doubtful, put it to the test. Consider a chore you do daily. Take the chosen task and complete it. Notice the amount of time it takes you to complete. Next, complete the same task, but keep your mind focused on your task. If your mind begins to wander, simply bring it back to the task at hand. Like meditation, this can be challenging, but stay committed and focus on your task. When you complete the activity, make note of the time it took you. I'm willing to bet the second attempt took less time. Focusing on the now is a moment-to-moment challenge, but well worth its while. So this, I have received a lot of wonderful emails of people who've timed themselves doing maybe like paying bills or house chores like cleaning the bathroom or doing dishes. And every time they found that when they focused on the chore, it and stayed present in the moment, just focusing on their work instead of letting their mind wander, they finished much quicker. Plus, it's more peaceful. So, all right, next. Another tool for success is a system to document your appointments and commitments. So make sure you find what works for you. If you are into having a physical planner, then I would use that. Or if you use Outlook or Google, what matters is that you have something, and be diligent. Look at it daily. Schedule your priorities. Schedule what matters most to you. Put it there so you can see it and look at it every day. The more diligent you are about this, the more likely you are to have boundaries and say no when other things creep in. You'll find yourself saying yes only when whatever's coming at you is more important than what you already have in place. If you do not document what you're about to do and document your time and document what it is you want to accomplish, it's likely it won't happen. So I know this sounds simple and it may sound like I don't have time to do that, but it really is only 5 to 10 minutes a day, and you end up filling and doing the things that matter most to you when you pay attention to it. So my prayer for you. Oh, and before I do the prayer, I want to encourage you not only to look at your schedule the night before, but also once a week. Once a week, I sit down with my family. We sit down because everyone has lots of things to do. We talk to each other about what it is we want to accomplish for the week, what's realistic, and then we individually plan our week. It's very, very helpful to ensure that we are each focusing on our priorities. And remember, when you focus on what matters most to you, you are healthier and happier, and you inspire everyone around you to do the same. My prayer for you, I pray you plan your life daily. I pray you set time aside to plan your life. I pray you become an artist and focus your attention and energy to creating the life that brings you the most joy. I believe in you. All right, this chapter's tough because we're going to talk about money. And money, honey, right? Money can be tough. I hope you're all doing amazing. Now remember, Live Your Best Life is available in paper, ebook, and now audio. Woo! You can take me with you in the car. How fun is that? Or when you go on runs, like I'll talk to you. We'll have so much fun. Thank you for joining. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Oh, and one last ask. Don't forget to share this out. My prayer today was to reach the people who need to hear, during this crisis, how living your best life is possible, even through crisis. And so please share this video out so that more people can benefit. Thank you. All right, here we go. Money, money, money. If we command our wealth, we shall be rich and free. If our wealth commands us, we are poor indeed. That was said by Edmund Burke. Isn't that the truth? That when money controls us, oh man, doesn't feel good. So, all right, we're doing good. We're not halfway, but we're almost there. When I was in my early 20s, I felt free and spiritually realized. I laugh when I read this because I thought so highly of where I was. I followed my intuition. I traveled freely. I felt like I had reached the height of my existence. Despite all my joy and connection, there was always one splash of cold water that would humble me and bring me to my knees. When it came time to pay for anything, it was very stressful. I never knew if my card would be declined. I was unaware of how much was in my account. I did not know how much money was coming in, and I most certainly did not know how much money was going out. I never knew if I was going to be able to pay for my bills or even have enough to buy groceries. It felt like feast or famine. It never felt safe, and as much as I was enjoying my free state, my bad relationship with money was weighing me down. I had many beliefs that included, I deserve to buy this because I had a bad day. Money is not spiritual, therefore I will not worry about it. I also used to believe it is wrong to care about money, or the universe will provide. I do not need to worry about money. God will provide. If I am spiritual enough, and God does provide, but I think not paying attention to our money, not a good idea. If I am spiritual enough, money will not be a concern because it will all just work out. Another belief I had, I do not know how much about money, so I will avoid the whole subject. I will just hide my head in the sand. These were just some of many beliefs I used to have about money. It is essential to investigate your personal beliefs and patterns with money. I highly encourage you to think about your history with money. Knowing your history about money and identifying your money beliefs is the key to healing any money issues. And if you're watching this, most of you have money issues. It's pretty normal. Most of us do. Knowing your history about money and identifying your money beliefs is the key to healing any money issues you may be having. If you do not face and question your beliefs, this will stop you from making the amount of money that you wish to make. And it's not about just making money, because I found at one point in my life, I started making more money, but I hadn't addressed my money issues. So just as quickly as the money came in, it went out, right? So some of the questions I ask in the book include, what are your earliest memories of money? How was money managed in your home? I encourage you, again, this book is on ebook and it's on print. And I think these questions are really good to look at. You can think about them after your time with me, about how did you grow up? What were the things you heard about money? What were some of the things, how did your family deal with money? It's very telling with what you're doing now. It's very important to look at money. If thinking about your history with money creates feelings that are negative or heavy, these are signs you may need to reevaluate your relationship with money. Money is energy, and it can be an amazing tool, but it can also be to your detriment. It can hurt you if you do not manage money well. The energy of money deserves respect and care. That was really hard for me to accept, that money deserves, the energy of money deserves respect and care. Money can provide many things that are useful, and it is an energetic exchange. Listen to that part. It's an energetic exchange between your efforts and your priorities. So you're exchanging energy with the energy you put into the world, whatever it is you're doing for your career or business, and you're exchanging it for things that matter to you. When money is mismanaged, it wreaks havoc in our lives. Money can be just like anything else. It has the power to do good. It also has the power to do bad. And it can cause problems when not tended to. Like it or not, one of the most important relationships you will ever have is with money. The way you relate to money is a good indicator of the quality of your life. If you have a relationship with money based on respect and integrity, you will thrive in all other aspects of your life. Money matters. It has taken me a while to learn that money matters. Money has the capacity to facilitate opportunity and growth. When you have a negative relationship with money, it complicates matters. It increases stress and can be a source of unease in our relationships. This is why money often is the number one reason we argue with our loved ones. So we need to pay attention to that. Being respectful of money can help you become a good steward and will help you and your community advance. The more I heal my relationship with money, the more money comes into my life. With this increase, I'm able to invest in me, my family, and my community. I am so happy I've invested time in healing my money relationships, because now more money goes to the things I believe in. I believe in our environment. I believe in education. I believe in food security for others. And now I'm able to give more towards those things. It's very, very important to me. I couldn't do that in the past. Money should be dealt with in an honest manner. If you do not have it to spend, then do not spend money you don't have, because this is stealing. I understand we are led to believe that we are borrowing, but what we really do is we steal from ourselves and we become a slave to those we borrow from. Borrowing and then paying back a significant higher amount of money does not allow for us to save and grow. Okay, for my Instagram folks, I'm getting to that hour. It's going to cut me off, so I'm going to end the video and start it. I'm going to go live again. So please join me. Please, I'm going to end it and then start another live, because I can only go on an hour at a time. Everyone else, hold on 1 second. Okay, here we go. Done. Done. Love technology. All right. Just as we're waiting for our Instagram folks to get back on, I do want to remind you this book is available in audio on Audible, iTunes, and I hope that you'll consider sharing this video out with others so that I would love to reach as many people as possible. All right, so here we go. We're talking about money. It's absolutely imperative not to hide from money. I know more than anyone how I just for a long time was so scared, and I still am, to be honest with you. I have to really push myself to pay attention to money. I don't like to. but it's important. So do not hide from your money. Many people would rather hide under the covers than deal with their money situation. Although it can be scary, I encourage you to take a deep breath and just deal with it. I have learned it feels better to deal with the reality of my financial situation rather than ignore it. I have listed 8 steps below that will help you create and develop healthy habits in regards to your money wellness. I'm going to list the 8 steps. Listen, if you haven't done the steps that I'm about to list, I want you to do it for yourself. It is so important. And it will probably be something you don't want to do, and you're going to say you don't have time and whatever. But it's really important to know the truth about your money. You cannot move forward and live your best life if you don't know the truth about your money. All right, so here are the 8 steps. And again, this book is on ebook. I can't remember how much it's for sale for. I think $3.99, nothing. It's not that much. Get it so you can do these steps. I'm going to read them to you, but I want you later to do this, please. First step, it's essential to know how much money comes in. You need to know what's coming in. It is important to calculate and document how much money comes in each month. Log every form of income until you have a monthly total. So do this for a year, because some of us make money in different ways during different parts of the year. So make sure you document, know exactly how much money comes in. Second part, this part's harder. Know how much money goes out. Many people don't know how much money they're spending. In fact, most people don't. This is a problem. So log every expense you have. There are different, your bank, with technology now, your bank, there are apps, there are different ways to document everything you're spending. There's no excuses. I know it's challenging, but you must know where your money is going. You need to be aware and present. I encourage you to study your bank statements, log every expenditure. I would suggest logging each amount spent in a category, for example, clothes, toiletries, gas, auto, home improvement, education, food, mortgage, etc. Do not forget to log expenses that you have once a year, like your title and your registration, any career fees you have. This is a lengthy process, but worth its weight in gold. Remember, having a good relationship with money means we respect it. So we know where it's going. We respect our money. We respect our effort that we took. So I'm guilty of this right now, where I have all these memberships, and I need to really, I need to be careful, because I think that the other day I forgot that I had a subscription I wasn't using anymore, and I got billed because it was the yearly bill, and I felt so bad. It was a disrespect of my money. So know what you're spending. Third, compare the amount of money that comes in to the amount of money you spend. Do you spend more money than you earn? This is very common. If so, by how much? If you make more than you spend, are you saving the surplus? If not, where's the money going? If you are spending more than what you make, stop it. Please stop it. Do whatever it takes to reduce your spending and live within your means. I am not judging. I have been there longer than I have not. I just know now that I've stopped doing all of that, how much better I feel. My health is better. My mindset's better. Fourth step. Next, look at all of your categories for spending. Are there any expenses that can be reduced? For example, I love books. I buy them all the time. I am constantly buying books. And have I read all of them? No. So, as I'm looking at what I'm spending, now I have rules. I can buy one book a month. Okay, it's so I can buy one book a month, but I can't buy another book the next month until I've read the one I bought before. So that has changed things. Anyways, identify which areas you can save. Like if you're paying for a gym membership, you don't go, just be honest with yourself. Maybe you don't like the gym. Stop it. If you pay for, right now I'm looking at, I pay for a website, $15 a month. Have I even edited my website in the last year? No. So, I need to think about it. All right, fifth step. Next, go back to the chapter where you identified your priorities. Remember how we talked about your top 3 priorities? Look at your spending. Remember, spending is energy. We put energy out to make money and then we spend it on things. Your health and happiness depend on whether are you spending money on your priorities. If not, I invite you to consider allocating some of the money you'll be saving, from looking at your spending and cutting back spending, and spend some on your priorities. Lastly, it is important to create a plan for saving. Saving is really, really important. Look at what's happening right now. Many of us, I'm still working, I'm grateful, but a lot of people can't work right now. They're shelter in place. And I'm not there yet. My husband and I are trying to come up with a year. Like if something terrible happened, could we live for a year? We're not there yet, but I think we're at 2 months, which is a big deal for us because anyway, I don't want to get into it, but all right. So 6th step. Know how much you're making and do not just count the dollar and cents that come in. Begin to track gifts or non-monetary items that have value. If you're wondering, why would you do that? Why would you track what I track? So if someone gives me a book, I add into my my abundance book that the value of the book, say it was $15. I just got $15. Someone gave me a coffee card the other day to Starbucks. That was $10. So there's another $10. The other day I was given someone who normally charges $100 an hour coached me for free. There's $100. Why would you want to do this? Why would this be important to you? Money is energy. What you focus on, you create more of. So when you focus on, think about how I feel as I'm tracking all these gifts I get. If someone gives me a pair of earrings, if someone gives me a shirt, if someone gives me their time, I'm logging what that is worth because it helps me feel grateful and abundant, and it helps to then what I start sending out, I know how much I'm making, I know how much I'm spending, I'm being respectful, I'm grateful for all the things coming in, and what starts happening more, I get more of what I'm putting out there. I get more gifts, more money comes in. I'm able to give more money for my priorities. It's such a beautiful dance. All right, so track gifts. 7th step. This one's tough, but you got to do it. Heal any negative money memories you may have. Scan your life starting from your earliest memories to the present. If you have any money memories that involve shame, guilt, hurt, or anger, this is a wonderful opportunity to heal. For every money memory you identify that was a negative experience, it is essential to be proactive and heal the memory. If you don't deal with your memories in the past, with money that involve shame or guilt or hurt, you will keep repeating it. We are incredible as humans that we keep repeating the same things because we need to work through it. We can't ignore it. So this part, it's important to work through healing negative energies regarding money. You can heal these memories simply by being aware of them, forgiving yourself, forgiving anyone involved, and praying to let it go. This step will reap many rewards and bounty. This is another muscle that you build. When you forgive, when you pray for guidance to let go, One of the things I've had to pray for is that in my house, when I was growing up, we used money to control. Money was used to control others. And so until I worked through that, that was my experience with money. That if someone gave me money, they owed me something. If I gave them money, they owed me something. And that's just not true. That's not healthy. And so I had to work through that. I had to look at it and I had to, and I didn't know how. So this is what I did that I encourage you to do too. When you don't know, remember what I said earlier. If you get nothing else from today, may it be to remember that you are the expert of you. You're the expert. So ask yourself, pray for help. How can I heal this part of me that believes that money equals ownership? How can I heal the part of me that feels anger at being controlled or resentment at being controlled by money? If you pray and you listen, you will always get the answer. So don't forget. Okay, the 8th step, get educated. Get educated. The more you know about yourself and money management, the more wealth you will be able to create. So read about stocks, read about retirement, read about how to budget, read about money in women, read about money in families, read about money in marriage, read about money is something we place very little attention to. We don't learn about it in school. We don't learn about it in our homes. So it's going to take some education. Educate yourself. Even if you lead a simple life and are not money motivated, this is still for you. In fact, your unattachment to money will make you a great steward. For a long time, I did not want to focus on money because I am not money motivated. So if you were to offer me $1 million to do a job I hate, even for a day, I can't do it. Maybe I could convince myself for a day, but I don't operate that way. So for a long time, I didn't heal my relationship with money or learn more about money because I thought, I don't care about money. I don't need it to be happy. But then I realized that because I'm not driven by money, that makes me an important person to make more money. Because as I make more money, because I'm not motivated by it, I'm a good person to hold on to money and then invest in my community and invest in others, invest in programs. So if you're listening to this and you feel like I'm not motivated by money, well, then we need you to make more. You are a perfect person to be making more money because you will give it back to your community. I get excited about that one. There are many needs in our community, especially right now. If you do not want money for yourself, you can save and contribute to worthy causes. You can build schools, you can build companies, you can empower men and women and children and create solutions. You can invest in other people who create solutions. This chapter is not meant to include everything about money, wellness, saving, investing, and budgeting, but it is a very healthy start. And I do... in the book, I recommend different, I like Suze Orman, I like Dave Ramsey, I like Ramit Sethi, sorry. Anyways, it doesn't matter. There's so much out there. David Bach. Just find who you like and start learning more. Start learning more. Okay. I saw my friend Joanne is watching. I'm so grateful you're here. So grateful you're all here. Thank you so, so much. All right. Having a budget. Very, very important. So remember, go through the steps, know how much you make, know how much goes out, and make a budget. Budget is so important. I used to think budgets were like the least sexy thing that could ever happen to me, and now I love it because it just means that I get to have more freedom and do what matters most to me and my family. Okay, one important hint. Money can be used to buy food, alcohol, vacations, things, and experiences. Often we mismanage money because the items we buy are addictive. So I say this to you, money can be connected to addiction, and spending money itself can be an addiction. So please know that I included, at the end, I'll read it. It's a part about addiction. I'm very passionate about socially acceptable forms of addiction because most of us have an addictive nature, and it's something we can heal and be aware of. So that's in the book, but it's at the end. Take a moment to close your eyes. Place your hand on your heart and take 3 deep breaths. Inhaling in, exhaling out. Inhaling in, exhaling out. Now ask yourself, do I ever use spending money as a way to self-soothe? Do I ever use money as a way to self-soothe? If your answer is yes, it will be very important for you to be mindful when you are spending money. Very, very important. Prior to spending, ask yourself, I do this every time I go shopping anywhere for anything because I am very guilty of purchasing things to make myself feel better. Like yesterday, was feeling very anxious at Lowe's. I feel anxious when I'm going to stores lately because that's where it's most obvious to me that we're in crisis. And I just wanted to buy things. I mean, I don't really have a lot I can buy at Lowe's, but I was looking, I'm like, I'm going to buy plants, I'm going to buy paint, I'm going to buy this like wood sander over here. And I asked myself the question that I'm about to share with you. I placed my hand on my heart and I said, Dear Carla, do you really need this? So ask yourself, if you spend to self-soothe, ask yourself, do I really need this, or am I spending money to fill an emotional need? Do I really need this, or am I spending money to fill an emotional need? At first, it may feel tedious to do this over and over, but like a muscle, it takes practice and repetition to build strength and awareness in regards to spending. If you are trying to soothe yourself by spending money, ask yourself, what is the one thing I can do to feel better right now? If you're dealing with an addiction, it is likely money is connected, since often it purchases our addiction. Please see part 6 in this book regarding addiction. Remember, as you work towards money wellness, money is not a bad word. Money is an energy that allows for the exchange of things and experiences you create for abundance. Caution, 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 caution. Many of you will want to skip the 8 steps I just listed. I know you'll think, I don't need to do that. I don't need to know how much I spend, whatever. You will think it does not apply, or you might think that you'll come back to the exercises later. Yeah, maybe one day I'll think about it because it's too time consuming or too hard or overwhelming. I caution you to reconsider. Having a good relationship to money is essential. Living your best life depends on you learning to manage your money in a healthy way. My prayer for you. I pray you have respect for money and begin to prioritize the management of your money to help actualize your needs and wants. I pray you will invest time and energy to healing any unhealthy patterns you may have in regards to money. Goals. All right, now here's a sexy topic. I love goals. Oh my gosh. I don't know what's up with me and the sexy topics. I'm sorry. You know, I think that I'm cutting off blood supply from my legs because my toes look like little fat sausages. I better, maybe I'll stand up as I read the next part. Were any of you with me earlier when I said that every time I feel the tickle in my throat, I think of that meme that has the chihuahua that says, Eres tú, Rona? Is it you, Rona? Is it you, Corona? Ah, man, funny times. All right, who's still with me and how are you doing? And if you're with me, will you share what is one thing that you've learned so far that really struck a chord? What is one thing you've learned so far that really struck a chord with you? Oh my gosh, Corey's cleaning his room. That's awesome. I'm looking at, because on Facebook, it's hard for me to see people's I see some of them. Isabel, I'm so glad you're with me and I'm glad you went to Progreso. Don't worry, I'm here all day, Miss Isabel. So you can check in anytime you want. And Corey, I'm so excited you're cleaning your room. That's awesome. That is beautiful. And then on Facebook, please know that I can only see, I think, the comments from my Inspiration Revolution page. But once I'm done recording, I'm going to go back and say hello to everyone, comment and reply. So if you have questions, please put them in the chat. I promise to get back to you regarding any questions you may be having. Okay. All right, I'm going to stand up because I don't know if you heard me earlier, but my little feet are becoming like little fat sausages because I'm constricting the blood flow. Okay, here we go. All right, part 2, chapter 5. I love goals. Goals, oh my gosh, goals are the best. When I discovered the magic of goals, my life, man, it just got so much better. Here we go. Setting goals is the first step in turning the invisible into visible. That was said by Tony Robbins. Yay, Tony Robbins. Okay, so we're on part 2, chapter 5, goals. Get it gone. Here we go. Okay, Corey, thank you for sharing that. Corey really liked the use of affirmations because often Corey said he feels tired, and I had mentioned that I used to feel tired all the time and then use the affirmation of I am energized by everything I do. So listen to the words you say to yourself. So the small action of setting goals will reap huge rewards. I have become increasingly aware that every person who has accomplished amazing things writes their goals down. True story. I'm studying Edison right now, and he had notebook upon notebook of his plans, his ideas, everything he was going to do. Eleanor Roosevelt, right? Oprah writes her goal. Everyone who does amazing things writes their goals down. The act of writing goals sets the wheels in motion. It all begins with the act of writing your intentions. The moment you write your goals, a physical, emotional, spiritual shift occurs, and the goal you set begins to grow. Did you know that when you physically write a goal, you're 50% likely writing it? A few years Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you. Although, will you check my feed? Hi. Okay. I think I got lost on Facebook and Periscope and Twitter, but now I'm back on. I'm back on. Oh my gosh. Oh, hopefully people will tune back in. All right, it's fine. We do what we can, right? So, back to the story. A few years ago, I came across this journal, right? And I'm looking at it under the New Year's entry. So I wrote this in college, first year of college, and I didn't find it again until I think I was 35 years old. So that was 17 years later, and this is what I found. I had made a list of life goals that I wanted to accomplish someday. I stared in awe at my entry as I realized I had accomplished 28 of the 31 goals that I had listed. Isn't that incredible? So I had written out 31 things and I had accomplished 28 of them. Some of the items I had written included traveling to Southeast Asia, going to Australia, working at a local co-op, living in New York City, driving across the country, meeting, I had listed authors I wanted to meet, and I had met 2 of 3 of them that I had listed. Becoming a yoga teacher, studying massage, etc. And I had done all of them. It's not a mistake. I had written them down. They were written. The span of time from which I wrote my intentions and the time I read the intentions, it wasn't 17 years, it was 12 years. How amazing is that? Since that time, I have consistently written goals on my birthday, on New Year's, spring, the beginning of a new adventure. I actually write goals almost daily. I write them. Since I wrote this book, I have a whole new thing I do where for work and personal life, 3 things I want to accomplish. I write them down every day. 3 things I want to accomplish for work, 3 things I want to accomplish in my personal life. And then on Sunday, when I plan my week, I write my goals then too. I write my goals during the monthly review, quarterly review, birthday. This is my life. This is what I like to do. I'm just waving to people. Thank you, honey. My son's so good. Can you check Facebook too?
I did.
Oh, thank you. All right, so I encourage you to sit down and write down your every desire, intention, and goals. Not only because it's fun, but it works. It works, and I don't know why we're scared to write down what we want. We're scared to dream. We start thinking, oh, that won't happen. Don't do that. Don't do what I do. Just sit down and write. Because when I let myself, magic comes out. Try the following exercise to prepare yourself for setting goals. Take time to write out every wish and desire. Dream big. This is not the time to hold back. There are no rules. Just write everything you have ever wanted to feel, do, and accomplish. Doing this regularly encourages a mindset that is open and willing to receive. Spend time dreaming. For those of you busy adulting, I know it's hard to do this. It's very hard for me to sit down and write my dreams because I'm so engulfed in responsibility, but I make myself do it because it's very, very important. Look at the list you have generated and star all of the items that either invoke a feeling of excitement or you know would be game changers in your life. Save this list for the next exercise. An important aspect of writing down goals is to define them carefully. Define your goal and list how you will know you accomplished the goal. For example, instead of writing, I intend to eat well, you can write, I intend to eat whole grains, vegetables, fruits, and legumes 75% of the time. Notice the second example defines what and how much. Setting goals that set us up for success are key. I love setting goals that are small, but always include the phrase and more. So this is good for exercise. A lot of us don't like to exercise, but if you write, I'm going to exercise, like maybe I'm going to dance for 5 minutes or more. You can't argue you don't have 5 minutes. Mentally, it's totally doable. And usually when I start dancing, right, and 5 minutes passes, I want to keep going. I want to do more, right? So that is very effective. This book that I'm holding right here, right now, remember, I was not an author when I started writing. I didn't know how to do this. And the way that I got through this book was by writing. My daily goal was to write 5 minutes or more per day. 5 minutes or more. I will tell you, knowing that I only needed to write for 5 minutes made this such an attainable goal. I will also tell you that not once did I stop at the 5 minutes. Once I started, I always wanted to write more. Even if it was just a minute more, I always wanted to write a little more. I also like using the SMART. By the way, right now, I'm writing my second book, and my goal is very small. It's write 500 words per day or more. 500 words or more. 500 words is like a paragraph. It's not very much. I also like using the SMART way of setting goals. So SMART's an acronym, stands for specific. Your goal must be specific. It must be M, measurable. We must know when you're going to complete your goal. This will help you be more successful with your goals if it's measurable. It must be actionable. So it must be an action. It can't just be an idea like I'm going to be healthier. It would have to be more of I'm going to exercise to be healthier. You also want it to be realistic. So lifting weights for an hour is not realistic for me. I've never done that. I don't, well, one time I did, but anyways, not realistic. And it must be timely, must be time sensitive. So I must say something like, I'm going to walk 3 times this week. There's the time. Make sure your goal is a SMART goal, and it will greatly increase the chances of you completing your goal. So remember the list I just asked you to make about everything you desire under the sun, everything you want to do. All right, well, pick an item from your list that stands out the most. And then take that item and write a goal using the SMART tool. Just write a small goal of something you can start doing to work towards that which you want most. As you complete the action item for each goal, you can return to the question. This question is really important. Remember, I keep saying this, you are the expert of you. You know yourself best, you know what to do next. And one of the questions you can ask yourself when you're thinking about a goal is, what is the one thing I could be doing right now to accomplish this goal? So if my goal is to be healthy, what is the one thing I could be doing right now to be healthy? And then I can write that into a goal. Personally, I'm going to get that part. Okay. Last year, I became an avid support of the Passion Planner. The Passion Planner is, it's a physical, I'm losing my language. It's not like Outlook or Google, but it's a calendar. So it's a physical calendar. And it was created by a young woman who wanted to create the perfect calendar book that had a built-in goal setting, dream making, life affirming book. And I do love it very much. I actually used that calendar for 4 years. And this year I switched to a different one. But the point is that have something to write your goals in. It can be a planner, it can be a notebook, it can be one of those 99-cent notebooks that you find at Walmart. It doesn't matter. Just have something. Have something that you can use to write out your goals. Have you ever noticed? Oh, I'm so glad, Teresa. I'm so happy you're with me. Thank you. Have you ever noticed that when you're dreaming and planning for something, you look forward to it? Like, for example, a vacation or something that you're really invested in, that you feel excited and inspired. The more time that you spend in this space where you feel excited and looking forward to something, where you invest your time and energy to plan things, you get excited and you become happier and you become healthier. You start to live your best life. I highly encourage you to prioritize goal setting. Your life will be more fun, fulfilled, and purposeful. Right now, during shelter in place, we have time. We have time that we didn't have before, where you can make mind maps. You can spend time dreaming and planning and talking to your loved ones about what it is you want to do. You can do things now. I'm amazed at how now you can take their, Freddie Fender has an app. It's free for the next month. You can learn how to play the guitar. They're giving free months for learning languages. Harvard, Yale, Purdue, Stanford are offering free classes. I'm taking a class from Yale right now on negotiation. This is awesome. Take time to dream and plan about what it is you want. A goal with a plan followed by action becomes reality. Did you hear that? A goal with a plan followed by action becomes reality. While I will attest to the magic of writing goals, if I dissect my past experience, there was always a planning component. It was informal and happened in my dream state. If you study happy, successful people, they always have a plan. While goal setting is you steering, your plan is the vehicle that gets you there. When planning, ask yourself when, where, how. Be clear on these 3 questions as you create your plan. Be fluid. Plans change and evolve. What matters most is you are investing time and energy to creating your best life. You are the captain of your ship. Now steer. Setting goals is the equivalent to steering your ship. All right. My prayer for you. Let's move this down a little bit. All right. In this moment, I am praying and wishing you the greatest inspiration. It is my greatest wish that you be motivated to write your goals. I pray you know the power of the written word. I pray that your goals begin to transpire. I pray that mentally, emotionally, you are preparing for the completion of your goals. I pray that you know you are an amazing being with amazing ideas just waiting to be manifested. God bless you, and may you be inspired this moment to connect with your highest self and write out your plan for your majestic future. Do it. I believe in you. You're incredible. All right. I think we're halfway. Oh, I knew that it would take a lot of energy to do this, but I just felt called to do it, and I pray that whoever needed to be here has checked in. And I pray that whatever you're inspired to do with this, that it helps your community, your family, and your loved ones. We just need to drink a little tea and a little water, and we'll get going. All right. Here we go. Are you ready? Hello, Abir. How nice to see you. I'm just reading my book, which is now available on Audible, so that I can go with you in your car and when you go on your walks and runs. All right, Corey's ready. Abir is here. I'm so happy you're here. Teresa and Isabel, if you're still here, hello, and thank you for being here. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Periscope's been a little quiet. Are you still there, Periscope? How are you doing? Periscope and Twitter. Yep, still there. All right, perfect. All right, this is important. There's a few nurses watching, so you'll appreciate this next chapter. But it's important for everyone watching to be able to master the next thing, which is to learn how to delegate. This can be tough. Deciding what not to do is just as important as deciding what to do. That was said by Jessica Jackley. Delegating and asking for help is such a challenge. For me, it has even felt like admitting defeat. In reality, we live in community and we are meant to have support. Psychologically, physically, spiritually, and emotionally, we need each other to feel fulfilled. So knowing this and doing are two very different things. And just like anything else, practice makes perfect. My nursing career has been one of my greatest teachers, especially in the delegation department. By nature, I am very much an I will just do it myself type of person. I find it faster just to do most things by myself. When I became a nurse, I learned very quickly that if I kept doing it by myself, it wouldn't be long before I drowned and took my patients and healthcare team down with me. In nursing, there's always an endless list of to-dos. It's not just nursing, right? It's parenting, marriage, teachers. I think a lot of people have this going on. There's an endless list of to-dos and not enough time to complete. The only way to complete most tasks is to delegate. And another thing, we're not meant to be good at everything, so we should be delegating the things we're not good at, but I'm going to get into that in just a second. The only way to complete most tasks is to delegate. It is essential to keep the items that truly only you can complete and then delegate the rest. This is extremely applicable to all people in all areas of life. It is essential to know your strengths and your limitations. It's essential to have people on your team that are well versed in the things you are not. It is imperative to delegate. The more I learn, I have become more and more interested in refining my skills and becoming the best me possible. It is such a breath of fresh air to realize that everyone has a gift, and I can utilize my gifts while partnering with others whose amazing gifts complement my own. You each have an amazing, beautiful gift that is different than my gift. We need each other. I can do a world of good when I work with others who have refined their own skills. We are each unique. We each have a unique skill. In order to live our best life, it is important to refine our own skills, and this can only be done if we dedicate time and energy. You cannot do it all. This is where delegating and joining forces with others becomes key. I have become a huge fan of admitting my weaknesses and asking for help from others who specialize in these areas. Asking for help and forming partnerships continuously buys me time to continue improving my own strengths. I am so grateful for this. I have gotten to this place where I'm continuously assessing others' strengths and mentally noting how I might partner with them in the future. It is so much fun. Gone are the days of working alone. I realize I can be the best me, and for everything else, I can ask for help. Thank God. Delegating and or asking for help hugely contributes to the wellness of all aspects of life, including parenting, marriage, partnership, friendship, schooling, volunteering, business, etc. Learning to delegate and asking for help will contribute tremendously to you living your best life. Take a moment to reflect on your strengths. What areas in your life are you an expert? Know that. That's really important, to know what it is you are good at, to really understand that. Next, take a moment to think of all the areas in your life where you are weakest and experience the most challenges. What aspects of your life are a time drain and feel challenging? Anything detail-oriented, I'm not the best. Ideas, creation, teaching, yes. I invite you to pick one area of weakness and ask yourself, how can I get help in this area of my life? Is there anyone on my life team I can delegate to help me in this part of my life? Your life team involves all the people in your life that you interact with regularly. This exercise is not meant to make you feel less than. It is simply an honest inventory of your strengths and weaknesses. Admitting a need for help and asking for help can be one of the most challenging and liberating feelings in the world. It is not necessary to be an expert in all areas of life in order to create an amazing life. The only requirement is knowing what you are good at and assembling a system for the areas in your life for which you are not an expert. I experienced this in my marriage. In the beginning, I was trying to do things I was not good at, like the budget. I was trying, my husband and I would argue a lot because he'd want to pay the bills, I wanted to pay the bills, he wanted budget, I wanted to budget, and I ended up winning just because my husband was a little more gracious and said, fine, you do it if that's what you want. I wasn't good at it. I missed deadlines. I wasn't organized. And when I finally looked at my husband and said, wow, you're better at this. Why don't you do it? And, I still need to know where all the money goes and where, what we're paying for, et cetera, but he's good at organizing all of that. He's good at investments. So he became in charge, and then I became in charge of the family's health. Hello, that makes sense, right? And I became happier because I'm good at that. I'm good at family health. I'm good at health. And he's great at budgeting, finances, and details. So that was in my personal life. And I've also had that happen at work too, where I now have stopped trying to do the things I'm not great at. And I just partner with people because there are people who don't like to do what I'm good at. So we make great partners. All right, my prayer for you. May you be blessed to know yourself and to accept both your strengths and weaknesses. May you continuously improve your strengths and share with your community. May you view your weakness as an opportunity to connect with others. May you share your gift with others and let others share their gift with you. Let others share their gift with you too. You are an amazing being with an amazing group of people just waiting to work with you. You will live your best life when you begin to surrender and ask for the multitude of help around you. My life has gotten so much better because the bulk of my time is spent doing the things I'm good at and getting better at what I'm good at. And for me to waste 6 hours doing something that someone else can do for half an hour just doesn't make sense. It's not good use of our time. So take a look at your life and begin to look at, where am I spending oodles of time doing things I'm just not that great at? Trade with someone, you know? I used to think that a perfect example is some of my business things. I would spend a lot of time trying to format things, right? And if you know what your time is worth, like what you make with whatever it is you do, and then you look at, for me, formatting would take like 10 hours to do something. And then I multiplied that by what I make an hour. Holy mackerel. I would never pay someone that amount to do formatting. When really there are services out there where you can get something formatted for $20 because people who know how to do it can do it in 5 minutes. So your time is worth a lot. And it's silly to waste time on things that you're not great at instead of spending it perfecting your craft. All right, part 2 conclusion. Yes, we're getting somewhere. Once you have a clear picture of your priorities, that is your values, goals, and high leverage activities. Organize around them. Stephen Covey. It may seem strange that getting organized can contribute to you living your best life. The reality is that when we lead disorganized lives, it is stressful. It takes up most of our energy. Thinking about our disorganized lives, if we take the time to organize our environment, time, money, and efforts, this frees us up. It frees our time to doing the things that make us happiest. Also creates a foundation that inspires a great life. When you are organized in all aspects of your life, you are free to live your best life. You're free. My prayer for you, I pray you are grounded and peaceful. May you elevate your life by organizing your space, time, self, and relationship. May you get organized in order to live your best life. Okay, we're going to get into part 3, but I need to drink some water. How are you doing out there? Those of you that are with me, how are you doing? I hope you're doing incredible. Erica, thank you for sharing my video. So many of you are sharing this video out, and I'm really, really, really grateful for that. Thank you. Okay. So thank you for sharing this out. A little reminder that Live Your Best Life is available on audiobook. And, oh, Donna, hello. Thank you, Donna. Thank you for being here. Donna's my beautiful sister-in-law. She's quite incredible, has the most beautiful children. Um, and both of her children are beautiful, but Xavier is, I really think he's one of my son's mentors. He's such an incredible young man and so giving. My son has learned a lot from his cousin Xavier. And then Donna, your beautiful grandbaby King. I just hope I get to meet him soon. Thank you, Donna. Thank you for your affirmations. All right, so part 3 is taking care of your temple. Now, I'm going to read parts of it, but there are some parts that are very much about describing what to do and exercises, and they're about eating. So I might gloss through some of that because I really want to get to part 4 and part 5. Very important part of this book. But before I do that, I'm going to stretch because, as I mentioned earlier, my toes are becoming these little fat sausages. Okay, if you've been sitting, I'm going to encourage you to stand up and stretch. So with the palms in front of your hands, I'm going to show you this beautiful stretch that I just love. It's called angel breath. Palms in front of the heart, feet are hip width apart. And what we do is on the inhale, palms press up, inhaling in a deep breath, looking up, exhaling, extending the arms down, bending the knees, palms meet in front of the heart. Inhaling in, exhaling out. All right, I'm going to do 4 of these because I need them. And then just stretching side to side. Oh, stretching side to side is so important to our physical health. Stretching your spine, it opens your lungs. It massages your internal organs. It's really important. And the health of our spine is very important. So we're going to make cactus arms, and from the waist up, we're going to turn left to right. Then focus on the breath, inhaling to the left, exhaling to the right. Inhaling to the left, exhaling to the right. All right. Okay, Instagram, don't leave. Don't go anywhere. I have to, on Instagram, you can only be live an hour at a time. So I'm going to end this video and then I'm going to go live again, okay? I just love that now with technology, I can be live. I'm live in 5 different places. I think that's really exciting. Okay, so let's go live here. Done. All right, I'm live on Instagram again. Okay. Dun da da dun da da dun da da dun. Dun da da dun da da dun da da dun. Dun dun dun. I know, I'm sorry, I'm being silly. All right. All right, now with all this jumping around, all that water's coming through, so I need to take a little bit of a potty break. I know. Yes, I'm back. I'm back. All right. I am going to be back in less than 90 seconds. I promise. Okay? So, I wish I had music to play, like doo 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 doo. Oh, I just forgot, realized I didn't have my phone plugged in. Okay. All right. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Well, you can go somewhere. You take a break too. I'll be right back. Just have to use the restroom real quick. You bet. Boys, I need more tea. All right, I'm back. Oh my gosh. I need more tea. I need tea. All right. I feel like a ninja. What time is it? Let's see. Oh my gosh. So I've been at this since 9 a.m. Isn't that incredible? 9 a.m. I've been, what is that? 4.5 hours? It's awesome. I'm thrilled to be here, and I'm gonna get about halfway. So I just want to reconnect to my purpose real quick, and I need tea, honey. I did. My son's saying, you can't believe I yelled out that I needed tea. Well, I do. I need tea. All right. So I would like to reconnect to my purpose. Okay. I pray that whoever needs to hear the message today tunes in. I pray to be of service at my highest capacity. I pray to be on purpose and to say and share whatever is most helpful to those who are watching. Thank you. Amen. I do this periodically throughout my day, and I have to tell you, when I pray like that, it just, this purpose and mission and calm washes over me. And I have to say, it's one of the things that has truly helped me to live my best life, is to stay connected, to pray, to ask for guidance. My greatest wish is to be of service and to inspire everyone around me to live their best life. because I know that when you are healthy, happy, and whole, you influence at minimum 1,000 people. That's a lot. So if I can play a small part in inspiring you to be your best, wow, that's huge. So I'm grateful to be here. Let's get the party started. Okay. All right, so remember, Live Your Best Life, available on paperback, ebook, and now audio. So excited. And I'm going to put, I don't think it shows up everywhere, but on Linktree, it's www.linktr.ee/Carla Caldwell is a direct link to everything, my podcast, all of it, my audiobook, etc. So we're on part 3, taking care of your temple. All right, so full disclosure, I may skip a few parts just because I don't think they'll be helpful if I read them. They're more helpful if you are looking at it yourself and actually doing some of the exercises. And plus, it's so important that I get to part 4 and part 5. They're really, especially with what we're going through now. My focus today has been to share how you can apply Live Your Best Life principles, especially right now during our crisis. All right, part 3, take care of your temple. Take care of your body. It's the only place you have to live. It's the only place you have to live. Isn't that incredible? By Jim Rohn. I'm always surprised when I attend a church and sermons are dedicated to spiritual wellness and proving our love of the divine through action, and yet there is seldom mention of physical health in relation to spiritual health. Regardless of a person's religious beliefs, I believe we can all relate to the idea that the physical body houses our spirit. In light of our physical body housing our spirit, I refer to the body as our personal temples. It makes sense to me if we are blessed with a physical body to house our spirit, then we are responsible for the care of this body. Our body is an amazing gift, and it is an absolute miracle. From the moment of conception, it is a miracle our fetus makes it to birth. All of the millions of reactions that must occur for the fetus to continue growing is an absolute miracle. From the knowing of your conception, your mother was encouraged to take care of her body and nourish it with nutrient-dense foods while avoiding harmful foods and chemicals. When you were born, your parents were encouraged to feed you only the best, including breast milk or the best formula. Your parents were encouraged to treat you with care and to love you completely. Children are encouraged to play and be active daily. In school, children have recess and physical education in most schools. The benefits of exercise are known, and children are encouraged to be active. But somewhere along the way, it becomes okay to eat things that no longer resemble real food and to stop exercising. It becomes okay to ingest things that are artificial and harmful to your body. The majority of you are starving either because of lack of food or, more common, because you are not ingesting foods that nourish your body. Most of you are not exercising enough. I should say most of us are not exercising enough to keep our body running efficiently. Most of us do not get quality sleep. It is extremely challenging to be happy and healthy when our body is not well. I believe there are 6 critical components to taking care of your temple. These components include eating real food, drinking water, exercise, breathing, reducing stress, and having fun. I invite you to begin to visualize your physical body as a temple that is housing an amazing, beautiful being. You. I encourage you to treat yourself with the same love and adoration as a newborn baby. Your body houses an amazing being that is here for a purpose. Knowing and realizing how important you are is crucial. I invite you to treat your body with love and respect. It is your birthright. Your successes in making lasting and sustainable changes in your health depend on this realization. Exercise. Close your eyes and place your hand on your heart. Silently witness the miracle of your breath. It's keeping you alive. With each in-breath, feel the weight and space of your body. Take notice which parts of yourself feel good and which areas within your body could feel better. Ask your body, what is the one thing I could be doing right now that would most benefit my physical well-being? What is the one thing I could be doing right now that would most benefit my physical well-being? I encourage you to address your body's request. Your body is very smart. It knows exactly what you need. Don't stop asking this question. It will keep inspiring you to create better health. Your body is an amazing, intelligent system. If you begin to tune in, your body gives you messages. Your body knows when it needs water. It knows when it is hungry, and it knows when something is not right for you. I encourage you to begin to tune in and listen to your body's messages. Your body is unique, and if you listen, your body will communicate with you. Wellness education is a wonderful thing. Reading books and learning is never, ever a bad thing. But I encourage you to run it past your inner intelligence. Your body will tell you if it's true for you. Each body is truly unique. Even though there are things that tend to be true for the average person, you are all still unique. Make sure and listen to your body, even if it is not acting the way it is supposed to. Trust in your body. It knows what it needs. Don't forget to listen to yourself. You know exactly what you need. And if you ask yourself daily, you will know when you need water. You will know if when you crave carrots, it's for a reason. You need the vitamin A, you need the vitamin C, or when you're craving a salad, or when you're craving something more dense, maybe you're craving protein. Listen to your body. My prayer for you. I pray you listen to your precious body. It is speaking to you and desperately wants to be in alignment with your mind. Listening to your body and getting to know its cues for wellness will contribute to your happiness and well-being. It is my greatest wish that you experience the greatest health ever. May you create wellness with yourself beyond what you imagine is possible. May your physical wellness contribute to living your best life. I pray for your success. I visualize it. I see it. You're going to make it. Does it have honey? Well, can you help me? Yes. My son's delivering tea. Yay. That's it. That's it. Thank you. All right. We're going to make it. How are you all doing? How are you holding up? How are you holding up? All right. So my story. You ready? I'm going to share my story with you. I'm going to start with a quote. My body houses the most sacred part of me, my soul. It is my duty to treat it with love and respect. I said that. All right. I grew up in a household of emotional eaters. We ate when we were sad, when we were happy, when we were angry, when we were stressed, when we were overwhelmed, and of course, when we wanted to celebrate. Every family event revolved around food. Our days were planned around every single meal. A few meals a week were homemade. The rest either came from boxes, takeout, or dine-in restaurants. Coupled with these eating habits was an extremely sedentary lifestyle. My family's favorite pastime included watching movies and reading. We did not move a whole lot, except for my mom. My mom always exercised, but she did it alone. Like, we weren't a part of it. Growing up, I thought it was normal to have migraines. I thought it was normal to be tired all the time. I was having migraines ever since 7 years of age. I thought that was normal. I was constantly sick, always sick, colds, stomach illness, just sick. Pain was a big part of my life as a little girl. My joints hurt. That's not normal, but I thought it was normal. Depression, I thought depression and anxiety were normal, and they were all a constant. At that time, to the best of my knowledge, all of these ailments were just a part of me, like my brown hair and eyes. I continued all of these patterns into my early adulthood. During my first pregnancy, I was visited by a friend that made a lasting impression. He was adamant. This is my friend Mark. I should reach out to him because he changed my life. He was adamant that food had the power to heal and that all of my ailments would diminish if I would just change my eating habits. Oh man. At first it made me angry. I really didn't like him for saying that. This thought that I was causing my illness and ailments, but the more I thought about it, the more curious I became. Then I decided I would change my diet. My only problem was that I was seriously addicted to the foods I was eating. I couldn't stop eating fried foods, sugar, flour, sweets, sugary drinks, artificial foods. I just couldn't. And this scared me. It really scared me. I remember wishing I didn't know any better and rationalizing that I could handle any ailment and continuous weight gain as long as I could keep eating the foods I was addicted to. I kept wishing I could return to my ignorant state where I had no knowledge that the food I ingested had an effect on my health. It was deeply upsetting to me that despite knowing the effect of the foods that I was eating had on my body, I couldn't stop eating the foods that were poisoning me. I couldn't stop. Since then, I've learned that I wasn't alone. I thought I was alone, but now, since this is a part of my life's work, a large majority of people are going through this, where they know a food is not good for them, but they can't stop. And that can be really frustrating. By God's grace, I attended a 12-step program for alcoholics. I attended not for me, but because the disease runs in my family and I wanted to learn more. I also was pregnant and in Yuma and no friends around and very lonely. So I was like, okay, I could go there and at least see people. After that first meeting, I kept going because the more I listened to the people attending, the more I related to them. I was relating to everything they were saying. I began to understand that the way people were talking about alcohol addiction was the way I felt about food. I began to realize that I had lost control with food and was using food as a method to dull my emotions and stop from feeling. It was a way of coping. I began to understand that food was and still is my drug of choice. I have come to know there are no mistakes, and being inspired to attend that 12-step meeting changed my life forever, for the better. I worked the 12-step program, dedicated myself to learning about health. I attended the Institute of Integrative Nutrition and slowly but surely changed my relationship to food. Just like an alcoholic, I will always be an emotional eater, and I will always be addicted to food. I take it one day at a time, and sometimes 1 minute at a time. I have worked on this consistently for many, many years. I have worked on myself and found many healthy ways to cope with my emotions instead of using food. I have replaced sugary drinks, processed foods, takeout, and fried foods with water, fruits, vegetables, legumes, whole grains, lean proteins, exercise, and mindfulness. With time, I lost weight, I stopped having migraines, I got rid of my depression, I became energized, and I got rid of chronic joint pain. Chronic pain that I thought would be with me for life. Not only that, but my blood sugars came down. There just was so many benefits. Currently, the bulk of my diet is real food. I do eat sugar and processed foods on occasion, but it is no longer common for me. It has been an incredible journey. It has inspired my love for continuous education, my work in nursing, and my obsession with inspiring people to be well. I know I'm not the only one. I have met thousands of people who are emotional eaters and are addicted to eating foods that affect their health in a negative way. I understand that people can know foods are bad for them, but are unable to stop eating them because they are addicted. I have learned that until we address addiction, it is next to impossible to change our diets. Not everyone is an emotional eater. Some people just need more education. But for those of you listening who are emotional eaters, I share my story in hopes that it may inspire you to work on this aspect of yourself so that you may succeed at changing your own habits. If you relate to my story, please read part 6 about addiction. Eat real food. Eat real food. Let food be thy medicine, and medicine be thy food. So, I'm not going to go into this whole chapter, but I do want to share 2 very important things with you. You are the expert of you. You know the foods that are hurting you. And if you don't, then start paying attention. When you have something, ask yourself, do I feel good? Do I not feel good? And I also encourage you to keep learning. Be wary of fad diets. I'm so glad, Donna. Thank God. That's so good. Be wary of fad diets. I'm not against them. I just want you to remember that you are the expert of you. And I want you to remember that the reason why half of the people on our earth do amazing with eggs and the other half do not, and why you find evidence that says eggs are the best thing ever, and you find evidence that says eggs are bad. Hi, David. The reason this happens is because eggs are good for half of the population, and they're also not great for the other half. So the only way you truly know if it's good for you is if you ask yourself. You are the expert of you. One thing I know for sure, over 70% of our illness is caused by ourselves, which is a tough pill to swallow, I know. And I know that if we are eating foods, Michael Pollan says, I like what he says, if your great-grandmother wouldn't recognize it, it's probably not good for you. So real food is food that your great-grandmother would recognize. So, see, David, eggs are evil for him. Me, eggs are great, sometimes. Sometimes I go through stages. So listen to yourself. Remember, you are the expert of you. And remember that if you can work towards eating real food, making sure that your day, the most of what you're eating is real, that your great-grandmother would recognize it, you will alleviate most illnesses. That's really exciting. And if you're an emotional eater, make sure to read part 6 of my book, or tune in a couple hours, and when I get there, I will read it. So in this part of the book, I give a few recipes, I give some advice, and my prayer for you is I pray you commit to eating real food. I pray you realize you are what you eat. You are what you eat. And now more than ever, it is really important to guard your health. Make sure you boost your immune system. I pray for your health and your success. All right. Part 3, chapter 3, water, 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 water. Let me drink a little water. Actually, tea. How's everyone doing? I hope you're doing fantastic. I'm so happy you're here. Please share this video out so that as many people as possible can benefit from this information. And don't forget, tell your friends that Live Your Best Life, which is very practical, is available ebook, physical book, and now audiobook for your friends that might not like to read. Maybe they want to listen to their books. All right, here we go. Okay, so water. Water is life and clean water means health. Audrey Hepburn said that. Okay, so I have to tell you this story because it's in the book, but I'm just going to tell it to you. I had this patient, God bless her. She was like 4'10", probably weighed 100 pounds soaking wet. And she presented in the emergency room very uncomfortable, a very distended belly. Her belly was very bloated. She was in a lot of pain, very uncomfortable. And she had constipation. So she was reporting that her last bowel movement had happened 2 weeks ago. Can you imagine how uncomfortable that is? And just so you know, if you're not going daily, there's a problem, okay? So just so you're aware, which usually involves water, but we're gonna get into that later. So she comes in, she's in so much pain, and the doctors order x-rays, they're assessing her. But when I started asking her questions, I asked her how much water she drank. She explained, oh, I drink water all the time. Her water intake was a cup of coffee or two, I can't remember, coffee and a cup of tea at night. That was her water intake. Oh my gosh. So what I did is they have these pink plastic pitchers in the hospital. So I got it, filled it with water, and I gave her a little cup and I said, you need to drink this. And she told me, you know, she doesn't like the taste of water. She doesn't like having to go pee, et cetera, et cetera. And I said, well, you need to drink this. So she got through the pitcher. And thank goodness for industrial bathrooms because she blew that bathroom up. It was crazy. And I wish you could have seen her face when she came out of the bathroom. She was like this. It was awesome. So she ended up leaving the ER with just a prescription to drink more water. And I shared this in the book because this is not uncommon. So many people are having irregular bowel movements, oh my gosh, don't tell me that. All right, so water is really, really important. Over 60% of our body is made out of water. And we are constantly releasing water when we talk, when we breathe, through our eyes, through our digestive system, when we sweat. And if we don't replace it, this is detrimental to our body. It affects your brain health. your digestion, your immune system. It affects your whole circulation, everything. Water is an elixir. So if you're wondering how much water, half your weight in ounces. And I go into that in the book. And I also talk about how if water is just really important. There's no replacing water. Herbal tea is okay, but really water. I drink probably 7 of these a day. 7, and then there's my big tea and all this other stuff. Yes, replace your water, please, for your body. You're such an incredible person, Donna. We need you in full form, full form. If you don't like water, which a lot of people say they don't, try putting fruit slices. You could put mint leaves in your water, a little lime juice or lemon juice. You can cucumber slices. Some people like that. Do what you need to do to drink your water. All right. And the only other thing I want to say about water is sometimes when we get all gung-ho about water, we start including water in our, I have to drink it all. And some people try to drink it all at once. That's not the best way. Drinking it throughout the day and not drinking too much while you're eating. Because if I drink this big glass of water while I'm eating my food, it dilutes my gastric juices and can cause bloating. And so drink water throughout the day. All right, part 3, chapter 4. This chapter, not always everyone's favorite chapter, but we must talk about it. Exercise. Physical fitness is not only one of the most important keys to a healthy body, it is the basis of dynamic and creative intellectual activity. John F. Kennedy. Exercise right now during our crisis is crucial. Exercise will help you to burn off some of that nervous, anxious energy. It will help you to stay healthy. It will help you to bring in more oxygen. Right now, my children are at home, so I'm having them, they wake up, we do yoga together, then they go out and play for an hour. After, in the afternoon, they go out for another hour, and then when I get home, we go running. And so the good news is after all this is over, I should be fit. There should be no reason why I'm not fit. But I just keep them exercising because I want them to stay active. Exercise is so important for our mental health. There are no side effects from exercise, and yet it helps prevent depression, anxiety. It helps with our sleep. It helps us to sleep well. It's very, very important. I was born a dreamer. The biggest part of my dreaming transpired while I was sitting or laying down. What I am trying to say is that I am not an active person by nature. When I became passionate about wellness, I embraced eating the best foods ever and reducing stress. But I sort of ignored the exercise component. Then I decided that my yoga practice made me a very active person, and that is all I needed. While I do think a practice like yoga is essential, I have come to know that it does not replace aerobic exercise. As I've taken responsibility for my life and its goodness, I have come to know that exercise is essential for my well-being, for all of our well-being. I hate to say that. No, I don't hate to say this. It's the truth. I'm truth-telling right now. My nose is itching. All right. We need about half an hour a day. Now, if you're thinking, I don't have time, although now you're shelter in place, so there's time. But if you're thinking, I don't want to do that, it doesn't have to be all at once. In fact, studies are showing that when you break it up, it's even better for you. So you can do 2 15-minute increments in the day and get it over with. So you can dance to 2 songs, you can go up the stairs a couple times, you can walk around your block a few times, you can do a few, running in place, or there's just so much you can do. Doing it daily is important. All right. Exercise does not need to be a torture session. It doesn't. Think of exercise as an opportunity to engage in activities that are fun and joyous. Exercise can help you get back into nature. I invite you to look for opportunities to be active. I encourage you to think outside of the box. Exercise can happen outside of the gym. I don't like the gym. If you don't like the gym, you don't have to go to the gym. There are different ways to exercise. And I want to also encourage you to stop being romantic about exercise. We're so funny as humans. We think exercise, oh, all exercise, when I can do a whole hour, when I can wear my cute little outfit and run, and that stops us from exercising. So sometimes we think, well, real exercise would mean that I'd run for a mile or two. And because I can't do that, I'm not going to do anything. That makes no sense, people. Now, I know I'm guilty of doing that too, so I have to watch out for that. But do what you can given your situation. If you have a family at home, you can play a sport outside, play basketball with your kids or run around with them. If dance, I love to dance. So, dance to a few songs. Get creative. Do what you can. Do squats. Every time you get up from your chair, do 5 squats. Why not? Do a few push-ups here and there. Get creative. What matters most is that you are consistent. Being active daily is what matters most. Okay, so I have an exercise for you, because remember, you are the expert of you. So placing your hand on your heart, I want to ask you to take a deep breath. One last one, inhaling in, exhaling out. And my question to you is, what is the one exercise I could be doing right now that I would enjoy the most? Ask yourself. What is the one exercise I could be doing right now that I would most enjoy? If you used to rollerblade and you smile when you think about that, take it up again. Why not? It's okay. You can get knee pads. You can wear a helmet. You'll be fine. If you used to play tennis and you love it, play tennis again. If you don't have a court near you, just get a racket and play against a wall. You can do this. Just remember to mind your mind. Exercise. I have found that exercise is one of the greatest ways I can make my mind stronger, because exercise is one of those things that once I start doing it, my mind starts going crazy. My mind is like, okay, that's enough. You can't do any more. No. Like when I'm trying to do weights or push-ups, my mind always tells me I can't before I actually even try. So mind your mind. Make sure you watch your mind and begin to use your affirmations. Yes, I can do a push-up. Yes, I can walk a little further. Yes, I can jog. I can do that. Your mind will get stronger and you will get stronger. My prayer for you: may you learn to love being active. May you persevere to overcome the voices in your head that doubt in your ability. You are an amazing physical being capable of improving your physical abilities and mental stamina daily. May you know and appreciate the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual benefits of exercise. I believe in you. I do, with all of my heart. I believe in you. All right. Part 3, Chapter 5, just breathe. Okay, water and a little tea. Improper breathing is a common cause of ill health. If I had to limit my advice on healthier living to just one tip, it would be simply to learn how to breathe correctly. There is no single, more powerful, or simpler daily practice to further your health and well-being than breath work. Did you know that bacteria cannot exist in an oxygen-rich environment? You may have heard of oxygen-rich chambers used in hospitals to help reduce and eliminate infection. What is so amazing about this is that for free, you can stop whatever you're doing right this instant and begin to breathe nice, long, deep breaths. Consistent daily breathing practices contribute to immunity boosting, disease prevention, mood lifting, mental clarity, increasing physical endurance, and stress reduction. For the average person, only 1/4 of the lung capacity is being used. Every time I say or write this, I am amazed. Hello, Alara, welcome. I'm so glad you're going to exercise and I'm so happy you are here. Don't forget to share this out. All right, I got disconnected, but I'm back. All right. So breathing is really important, especially right now in this environment. Not only do we feel anxious and stressed, but it's important for us to boost our immunity in every single way that we can. And one of those ways is by taking deeper breaths. So I want to encourage you to learn how to take deep breaths. Most of us only use 1/4 of our lung capacity. Excuse me, oh my goodness. So the way that you can improve is by placing your hand on your belly. On the next breath, inhale in through your nose if you can, and imagine that your breath is traveling deep down to your belly. Feel your belly expand. Keep inhaling in until you feel your belly expanding into your hand. Breathe. When you can inhale no more, slowly begin to exhale as your belly presses into your spine. Exhale from your belly all the way out to your nose. And then again, inhaling in through your nose, deep breath, sending the breath deep into your belly until you feel your belly expanding. Exhaling from the belly all the way out through the nose. Beautiful. When you are taking deep breaths, you may feel dizzy, especially if you're not used to having so much oxygen. This is normal. Just be careful. Sit down when you're first learning how to take deep breaths. We automatically breathe to stay alive, so it is easy to neglect deep breathing. But deep breathing can help wake you up. It is like a workout for the lungs. Breathing will help improve your physical capabilities, your endurance, your immune system, cardiovascular system, and mental and emotional well-being. Breathing is the foundation of one of the oldest systems, yoga. Breathing is used to calm the mind and build an amazing foundation for your entire life. I encourage you to make this a life practice. Set an intention to focus on breathing throughout your day. Short segments of focused breathing can be incorporated while driving, when going to the bathroom, during a meal, prior to bed, while exercising, etc. There are several breathing techniques for times when you are feeling heated emotionally and mentally. A wonderful cooling breath is called Sitali. So in the book, I walk you through 4 different breathing techniques that will help you. I highly encourage that you begin to pay more attention to deep breathing. Not only does it reduce stress and anxiety, but it actually makes you healthier. It boosts your immune system. When we have more oxygen in our system, bacteria is unable to grow. So keep that in mind. My prayer for you. I pray you find peace and calm through the breath. May you find solace with each wave of the breath, coming in and out. May you experience the positive effects of creating an oxygen-rich environment within your body. May you be well. All right, part 3, chapter 6, relax and be peaceful. You can't always control what goes on outside, but you can always control what goes on inside, by Wayne Dyer. Eating healthy and exercising are wonderful parts of a happy, healthy life. If stress or worry makes up a large part of your existence, it doesn't matter how well you eat and how much you exercise, stress will contribute to illness. Stress is a killer. Please make sure that you understand that. And I understand we all have stress, but the way we cope with stress will make us or break us. The more I learn about stress and study it, it is increasingly clear to me how detrimental stress can be to the body. I share this with you because I believe stress to be the worst offender of health. It is not useful unless you truly are in physical danger. Then it actually serves a real purpose. But these situations are few and far between. Mental stress is extremely addictive. It will take extreme persistence to change this bad mental habit if it is an issue for you. The good news is it is completely possible to change mental habits. Okay. Our mind is malleable. With some awareness and consistent action, we can literally create new patterns at a neurological level. I am encouraging you to watch your mind. When you notice yourself becoming stressed, literally snap out of it. You can snap your fingers to make a loud sound. Take 3 deep breaths and repeat to yourself, I am calm. I am calm. If you do this consistently, you will begin to teach your mind and body to react differently to stress. You will begin to remain calm through the ups and downs of life in non-emergent situations. The stress response is not helpful. It is important to replace old thoughts that induce stress with new ones that invoke peace. I don't know that I really need to sell the idea of living a stress-free life or to prove to you how wonderful it is to be without stress, considering the huge popularity of vacations. What I do feel called to inspire is the desire and persistence to change old habits. This all goes back to taking responsibility. We are the creators of our life. A stress response is simply a reaction to a physical stressor. Physical stressors will always be a part of our lives. Fortunately, our chosen response to stress is within our control. If you are feeling any internal resistance or you are mentally hearing any of the following responses, for example, I wouldn't stress if I didn't have to work so much, or I wouldn't stress if I didn't have any bills, so many bills. I am stressed because I have to take care of my family, etc., etc. I invite you to be open. I realize it is natural to feel resistance to a new way of thinking, but I implore you to be open. Why not? I also invite you to return to one of the affirmations I mentioned earlier. I am willing to change. Such a powerful affirmation. I am willing to change. At any time when resistance is felt internally, I invite you to find the closest mirror. Make eye contact with yourself and repeat the following. I am willing to change. Continue repeating until you feel the resistance fading. I believe that resistance is so common with change because it is serving as a defense mechanism. It is always useful to be thoughtful and careful when considering change. It is also useful to affirm to the self that it is safe and oftentimes in your best interest to change. I often feel resistance with people when they are asked to release stress. It's almost like asking someone to throw away an old battered t-shirt with holes in it. The t-shirt's no longer useful, but it's been a part of the person's history for so long that there's almost a fear of letting go of this item because it's almost like getting rid of a part of their identity. For many people, stress has become a common part of their identity. It's an addiction. Please see the chapter regarding addiction. Oftentimes, stress becomes a familiar friend. It may be harmful to us, but it is predictable and always there. Many of us have become addicted to the drama of stress. It builds and builds until there's a release in the form of anger, crying, or any dramatic or chaotic explosion. I have noticed time and time again with myself and others that as we begin to heal and create healthy mental, emotional, and spiritual patterns that do not involve the stress of drama, this can become extremely uncomfortable. And many of us will create stressful situations just to get a fix from the drama stress creates. Knowing that stress can be an addiction and recognizing patterns will enable healing the part of yourself that is addicted to stress. Spend some time with your eyes closed and ask yourself, what does stress feel like to me? What does it look like? What situations cause stress and what people contribute to my stress? These are not easy questions to ask. There are no right or wrong answers, and you may find that you won't know right away. It may take several days or weeks of you reflecting on your actions. For me, I found that it's not a specific situation or person that induced stress. For me, it was anytime I tried to be still, I felt deeply uncomfortable and stressed. Stress feels very uncomfortable to me, and yet it has been a go-to emotion for me most of my life. I find that I get stressed when I'm not busy. I am very uncomfortable with relaxing and being in the moment. I've had to learn how to be comfortable with being still. And right now with this whole shelter in place, I think many of us are having to face that where before, if we got stressed or uncomfortable, we would go somewhere or do something. And now we have to be here. So getting curious and paying attention to your stress and why you feel the way you feel is the first step. And then it helps to begin to implement things like breathing. Meditation is very helpful in this arena because meditation helps us to learn to be able to sit still. So an exercise. Especially when you have your monkey brain, when your brain's going wild, thinking. Commit to spending 5 minutes or more per day sitting in silence, focusing on the breath and simply watching your thoughts pass. Focus on the breath, and when you find your mind wandering, return back to the breath. That's it. It's so simple, it's hard. All you have to do is just sit, focus on your breathing. Anytime your mind wanders, you gently bring it back to your breathing. This very simple exercise, if done frequently, will help teach you how to be comfortable with silence, how to sit with stillness. It will help you when you feel uncomfortable to just sit still, feel it, breathe, instead of trying to avoid it. Because when you avoid it, it just builds. Most of us feel like we just want to avoid all of these thoughts and busy ourselves so that we do not have to be aware. Unfortunately, when we ignore all of our thoughts and feelings, they do not go away. They simply build up inside. Everyone's built up, unprocessed thoughts, feelings, and emotions manifest in different ways. It can look like depression, difficulty relating to others, outbursts, feeling mentally or physically tired, etc. Investing time being still and allowing your thoughts and feelings to pass can be very healing and peaceful. It has a cleansing effect. Try it for yourself. Spend 5 minutes or more in stillness each day and notice the difference in your wellness and vitality. My prayer for you. May you commit to sitting still daily and training your mind to let go of all the thoughts present in your mind. May you learn to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. May you, through the constant practice of sitting still daily, learn to accept and love what is. May you love who you are and begin to let go of controlling each moment so that you may be present, enjoy that which is in front of you. Part 3, Chapter 7. Have fun and be free. I have to stretch my back real quick. Oh my goodness. All right, and don't mind me. I just need to take a bite of my sandwich because I got a little hungry. I just don't like chewing food in front of the camera. I think it's rude. All right, we're going to make it, right? One of the things, if your day includes a lot of sitting, which sitting is the new smoking, you can just get up and shake. It's very good. So just shaking your arms, looking down, looking up, shifting your weight, shaking one of your legs, shaking the other leg, shaking your hips. All right. I have to restart Instagram. Okay. All right. Yay. I hope you're all doing great. Here we go. Oh, this is a good one. Are you ready? Okay, so for our health, right? We talked about eating real food. We talked about water. We talked about exercise, stress. This is the best one. And I love that giving permission for this. Are you ready? Here you go. So, a little more tea. Maybe I can sit cross-legged. That would probably help my feet. All right. Or not. Ready? Here we go. For your health. Part 3, Chapter 7. Have fun. Be free. How cool is that? That for your health, you need to have fun. I love that. Just play, have fun, and enjoy the game. Michael Jordan said that. Recently, my favorite band came to town, and I attended the concert by myself. In case you're wondering, it was Mana. Oh my gosh, that year I saw Mana 4 times. I love Mana. When the band started playing, a flash of memories washed over me. I felt young and free. I began to scream and sing the lyrics. I was jumping up and down. I felt so alive. When the concert was over, I tried to recall the last time I felt so free and alive. And to my dismay, it was prior to children and marriage. That was a long time ago. The healthiest, happy people I know all have one thing in common. They regularly have carefree moments and their eyes twinkle periodically with a sense of adventure. It is extremely easy to get caught up in routine, responsibility, between jobs, bills, mortgages, pets, children, marriage. There lies a heavy burden of responsibility. I implore you to consider a different reality, a reality comprised of priority, responsibility, and freedom. Hi, Julie. How are you? Thank you. Yes, I love this color. Thank you. Yes, Julie, me at the concert. And the best part was that when they started playing, I wasn't thinking anymore about right or wrong or what I should do. All I knew is I needed to be right up front, and I ran to the front. So you can imagine this. I'm 35 years old, running down like I'm not a kid anymore, running down to be at the front. And it was glorious. So why would it matter? Why does it matter to have fun? Wrapped in the freedom of having fun is happiness and health. Remember when you were little and sick and feeling terrible, and then all of a sudden your favorite friend knocked on the door and all of a sudden you felt better? Forget when you were little, like just think about it now, a time where you're doing something tedious and then something fun happens and all of a sudden you wake up and you're like, woo! This, as much as this may have annoyed your parents, when you're little, there's some truth to our fickle actions. Feeling happy, free, and joyful releases endorphins. It boosts our immune system. I encourage you to find extreme joy in your current life. Close your eyes and remember a time when you felt joyous, carefree, and full of spirit. Saturate yourself with this memory. Make note of smells, colors, sounds, and textures. With each inhale, feel the joyous freedoms fill your pores. Sit in your memory. In the book, I encourage you to journal. Julie, you must have felt the call. Julie is an amazing writer and teaches these amazing classes to help people heal through their writing. So I think it's fascinating that we're at this part where it encourages you to journal. So journal to the following question. What could I be doing right now that would most fill me with joy? And if you're not able to write, you can even just ask yourself, what could I be doing right now that would most fill me with joy? For me, it's just being here and reading my book with you and trying to support you to apply live your best life principles even during crisis. Allow yourself to feel anything you want to feel in regards to what would most fill you with joy. Refrain from judging and just feel or write until nothing else comes to mind. When you are finished, look at your list, or if you didn't write, just think about your list and pick one thing you are willing to do today. Do this item and keep your list for future inspirations. So today I want to challenge you. Do something that brings you joy. Before your head hits the pillow, do one thing that just gives you pleasure and joy. It doesn't have to be hard. It can be to call a loved one. It can be to watch a funny clip. It can be to dance to one of your favorite songs. It doesn't have to be complicated. Feeling joy may feel uncomfortable, especially if you are out of practice. So know that something that is liberating and fun may feel uncomfortable and even feel like a chore in the beginning, but I encourage you to commit to dreaming daily. Exercise. Set time aside daily, as little as 5 minutes or more per day, to let your mind wander and dream. There are absolutely no limits. Do not overthink this. Let your mind dream about anything. I mean anything. If you want to dream about travel, adventures, and even fictional activities, then go, go, go. Dream daily. When we let our minds wander, even to things that are not physically possible, it opens us up to personal insights, ideas, and direction. It inspires you to action. Dreaming is the precursor to setting meaningful goals that matter and contribute to you living your best life. Be faithful to this practice. Visionaries do this regularly. I encourage you to do it too. Plan ahead and add fun items to your weekly schedule. I have found great success in planning weekly events such as Friday Family Fun Night. My husband and I have a couple in our life that we enjoy spending time with. Weekly, we go on walks or we have happy hour Wednesday. We've actually moved since then, so we don't have that anymore. But now we have a group chat. So at least there's that, and we laugh every day. And we still plan vacations together, which is really fun. I look forward to each day because I laugh and enjoy the company of my loved ones. The quality of my life has increased dramatically. Regular contact with people that make you laugh and inspire you to be better is a deeply enriching experience. Use your dreaming practice to gain insight regarding the type of people you want to meet. Be aware and put it out there. If you want to meet successful businessmen or women, do it. Or maybe you want to meet people that are artistic. Maybe you want to meet fellow athletes. Knowing is half the battle. Surround yourself with people who inspire you to be yourself, especially your best self. The most important part about dreaming is that sometimes you will have an intuition. You will be in the middle of dreaming and get an idea to contact someone, or start a project, or initiate an action, or the answer to a question. I encourage you to follow through on intuitions that you have while dreaming. These are very powerful. Do not ignore them. Okay, good. I lost you, but I'm back. All right, I think we're good. 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . . . . . . . . . 。 . . 。 . . 。 . 。 . . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 。 . 。 . 。
All right, I think we're good. . . . . . .
So my prayer for you, I pray you open your heart and your mind to fun. I pray you welcome new experiences. I pray that weekly you prioritize activities that make you laugh or fun and join you with like-minded people. I pray that you embrace fun, loving experiences and reunite with your childhood sense of wonder and anticipation. I pray for your wellness and wish you the most fun ever. Now more than ever, it's important to have fun. Find ways to have fun. Laugh. Hi, Michelle. Thank you for joining. Thank you so much. I'm reading out loud Live Your Best Life. And Live Your Best Life is now available on Audible and iTunes as an audiobook, a physical book, and also an ebook. And I want to encourage you to share this video out so that it will reach whoever it needs to reach. We are doing very well. We're over halfway through, which is very, very exciting. I've been live since 9 a.m. So what does that mean? 3, 2, 5, 6, almost 6 hours. Ah! Okay, so conclusion. Take care of your temple. He who has health has hope, and he who has hope has everything. That's an Arabian proverb. Taking care of the home that houses your spirit is an amazing investment. Taking care of your precious mind, body, and spirit will energize you. It will provide the focus necessary for creating sustainable changes that will contribute to you living your best life. When your body is healthy and operating at optimal levels, it enables your mind to focus and to create solutions, amazing plans, and build an amazing life. Be well and live your best life. My prayer for you. I pray you realize you are an amazing being housed in a body that is incredible. Your body is a miracle. I pray you take care of your body. You are worth it. Your life matters. I pray you take care of your body accordingly. All right. We're going to enter part 4. Part 4. This part is difficult, but really important. Really, really important. So I'm glad you're here if you're here. And remember that if you're watching and you don't want to miss out, but you got to go, Live Your Best Life is not only available in ebook and physical book, but also Audible. All right. So I'm happy you're all here, and I'm really excited to start I can't talk. Part 4, which is called Choose to Embrace All of You. All of you, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Ready? Okay. To be beautiful means to be yourself. You don't need to be accepted by others. You need to accept yourself. By Thich Nhat Hanh. I love that. Isn't that beautiful? If there is one thing right now. Thank you, Stevie. I hope you have a good day, and thank you for sharing. It's beautiful to see you, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a blessed day. If there's one thing that will halt happiness in its tracks, it is placing conditions on loving yourself. I need to read that again. Are you ready? If there's one thing that will halt happiness in its tracks, it is placing conditions on loving yourself. If you are waiting for the right look, job, career, relationship, clothes, idea, success, or money to come before you fully love yourself, then you will never be happy. Let me repeat myself. If you are placing conditions or stipulations on your love for yourself, it is impossible to live your best life. Waiting to love yourself deeply and unconditionally is hurtful and contributes to an amazing amount of unhappiness. I encourage you to begin loving yourself just as you are, regardless of how you look, what you own, what you have achieved. Please know this may not come easily and may require daily practice. Personally, this has taken years of practice, and I'm still working on it every single day. You are not alone. Every person I've ever worked with has the opportunity to work on improving self-love. When I had my third baby, I felt an amazing love for him, and I loved my experience as a mom and most of myself. I remember one time I caught myself looking in the mirror and grabbing my post-baby pudge and imagining special scissors that could just cut the fat away until I looked perfect, whatever that means, perfect, and then I would be happy. This makes absolutely no sense. If I couldn't love myself in that moment for who I was and what had brought me to that moment, there was no love for me, even if I did have the magic scissors. Love is now. Love is right here, right now. I realize that I am lovable now. You are lovable now. No matter what it is that you have going on, who you are right here, right this moment is lovable and precious. Yes. Coffee. Can I please have coffee? Daddy just roasted beans. I'm sorry, I gotta get coffee, everybody. All right, so that was really important. Okay, in this moment, as you listen to my words, my dear friend. Are you ready? Listen to my words. In this moment, you are the most amazing you that ever was. You are the most amazing you. You are perfect and you are evolving perfectly. Please understand you can be working on your perfection daily and still love yourself just as you are in the moment. I used to think that I could love myself when I did certain things, when I got to a certain place. And I didn't realize that I could love myself now, even through all my imperfections. Like even there are times when I am not graceful. I yell at my children, and I hate that part of me, the part of me that yells at my children. I want to reframe that. I don't like that part of myself, but I'm trying to work on loving every part of me. And what I've started to understand is that I can have, I'm sorry, on Instagram, I'm losing, okay. I can love myself, even when I'm not acting right, what I think is right, when I'm not being graceful, I can still love who I am because I deserve that. You deserve to be loved at every moment. Every moment you deserve love. And the funny part is when we withhold that love, we can't do better. We're less likely to do better. Loving ourselves helps us to do better. So love yourself. Here's an exercise. It's an uncomfortable one, but it's really important. I invite you to look in the mirror daily and confront your conditions. Look at your perceived flaws. Make eye contact with yourself and declare unconditional love for yourself. Say it out loud. Repeat it over and over as you work through your doubts. Say, I love you just the way you are. You are perfect. I love you just the way you are. You are perfect. So I practiced that for many years, and I got to this place where I really started to believe it, and I was doing a lot better. It took years, because in the beginning I'd say, I love you, and I'd be like, oh, this is stupid. If you think this is stupid, that's a sign you need to do it. So I love you just the way you are, looking in the mirror. Lately, I've had to start doing it more and more because I'm getting older. So I'm getting older and I'm just starting to show my age, right? And I'm noticing that I'm judging that. Like, I don't love that. I don't love the aging. So I'm having to look at myself in the mirror. I love you just the way you are. You are perfect, which is really hard to say and believe. But I hope you'll try it, because saying I love you to yourself is a powerful practice. It can be very uncomfortable and even upsetting. I used to cry because I would say, I love you, Carla, I love you. But I wouldn't believe it, and it would break my heart. I'd break my own heart as I did it. But I kept at it. I kept at it every day. And I don't think I'll ever get to a place where I don't have to do it. I just think it's going to be a part of my life until the end. Because I think life, it just changes. It gets easier with time, and when you really believe the words you are saying, it is amazing and empowering feeling, because you will realize that all the approval and love that you've been so desperate to find in the outside world is not nearly as satisfying as loving yourself completely and unconditionally. Loving yourself, there's nothing better. Personally, this has been one of the hardest actions to follow. And I did share that with you, that it was hard to start because I'm my worst critic. I bet you're your worst critic too. So it's difficult to start. There have been days when I feel unconditional love and it is amazing and appropriate and peaceful, and there's days I don't feel it. If there's one habit I can inspire you to create, may it be self-love. Self-love will lead you to every action and habit necessary for living your best life. Love yourself. Right now, during this crisis, love who you are. Love and appreciate who you are. Be patient with yourself when you're scared and anxious. Just love, feel the love for yourself. So again, there's a common theme as I've been reading my book to you. I hope you hear it over and over again. You are the expert of you. And when in doubt, ask yourself, you're the expert. So ask yourself, like in this moment, what is the one thing I can do right now to show myself that I am loved? What is the one thing I can do right now to show myself that I am loved? And whatever it is, do it. Okay? So let's see. Love yourself now. My prayer for you. I hope you hear this prayer. Ready? I pray you love who you are today. I pray you embrace every flaw along with every beautiful thing about you. I pray you acknowledge that the dark parts of yourself are interrelated with the best parts of you. I pray you realize you are perfect in every way, right here, right now. Know your life and presence was meant to be. I hope you hear those words. Part 4, Chapter 1, Love Your Gift. All right. Love your gift. Here we go. After I drink a little water. Let yourself be drawn by the stronger pull of that which you truly love. By Rumi. Love Rumi. One of the greatest sources of wonder is the experience that every human being that I meet possesses a unique gift. I love that. Every one of you watching has an amazing, beautiful gift. You are incredible. How amazing is that? I always look forward to meeting new people because I get to witness their unique gift. From the time I was a little girl, I was aware of my gift because I heard it over and over and over. I would hear things like, Carla, you're such an inspiration. Carla, you're so inspiring. God bless those people who told me when I was little. I feel so blessed that I heard these acknowledgments, and I've always taken them very, very seriously. I have felt it like a deep responsibility. It is deeply ingrained in me that I am here to inspire myself and others. I invite you to take a moment and ask yourself right now, what is my gift? What is your gift? I know you have one. You have several, but I know you have one overarching gift. Most of the time people know, but every now and then some people don't know what their gift is and they panic. I don't want you to panic, okay? All that means is that you need to keep asking the question, and when you least expect it, it will just come up and it'll be very obvious. If you feel a blank, I keep talking and then my book, I write exactly what I'm saying. So, all right. If you feel a blank when you think of naming your gift, I invite you to try the following exercise. I invite you to close your eyes and go back to when you were a child. Look for phrases you heard often from friends and family, neighbors, and teachers. Begin to list things you remember hearing from people. For example, you're so helpful, or you're always so thoughtful. You always know how to fix X, Y, and Z. What is the common phrase or phrases that you heard when you were younger? Close your eyes and evoke the memories when you received compliments. Begin to list the compliments you received repeatedly from loved ones, friends, and acquaintances. Again, at any time that I'm reading something that interests you, the book is available. You can buy it in print, but you can also get it on ebook. I think just for $3.99 on Amazon. It's very reasonable, and you can work through these exercises. You can also get it on Audible and take me with you in the car. All right. So if it's just look at what people have always told you. It's there. Your gift is there. Knowing is half the battle. Knowing your gift allows the opportunity to embrace who you are and to celebrate. You are unique. And you have an amazing gift to share with the world. Knowing your gift provides a focus. It will help you manage and prioritize your time and energy. When you are aware of your gift, you can maximize your time and efforts to work at your highest capacity. When you know your gift, you can continue building skills that will support you. The more time you spend expressing your gift through action, the more satisfaction you will have in your life. This is a true story. The more I work on perfecting my gift and getting better and sharing it with others, the happier I've gotten. I invite you to reflect on your happiest times when you felt the most alive and competent. I'm willing to bet in those moments you were expressing your gift. Know your gift and begin to operate from the perspective daily. This will greatly contribute to you living your best life. Right now, during this crisis, knowing your gift is really important, because one of the things you can do is say, how can I utilize my gift to support, my loved ones and even my community? The world needs all of us, whatever our gift is, we're needed. My prayer for you, I pray that you know and embrace your gift. As you begin to know your gift, I pray that you continue to cultivate and refine it. I pray that you acknowledge your unique gift and know that our world suffers without the actualization of your gift. Please know that any fear or resistance is not a match to the difference you can make when you actualize your gift. Part 4, Chapter 2, Know Your Purpose. Know your purpose. All right, don't forget to share this out. More people need to hear the message. All right, know your purpose. The meaning of life is to find your gift. The purpose of life is to give it away. Oh my God, Pablo Picasso. I go nuts when I just think that's the meaning of life is to find your gift. The purpose of your life is to give it away, to be of service, to make your world a better place. How awesome is that? When I was 17 years old, this is when the Inspiration Revolution started. That's my movement. When I was 17 years old, I went to Peru with my family. We made a trip to the amazing ruins of Machu Picchu. I remember riding a train to the ruins and staring out the window into the green of the jungle and climbing steadily. Suddenly, as the ruins became visible, I felt absolute magic. I felt destined to be there, and I knew this was much more than just a family trip. Upon arrival to the cabin suites at the ruins, we discovered that there was no television. It was just us and the ruins. So after our dinner, I met a group of ladies that were going to meditate during sunset. I didn't really know what it meant to meditate, but I knew that I wanted to be a part of it. I'm so thankful these ladies in their mid-40s to early 50s included a teenager without judgment. I'm also thankful to my parents for allowing me to go with these ladies. I'm guessing because we were in the middle of nowhere and it's not like I could. Anyway, it doesn't matter. All right, this evening changed my whole life. My whole life changed this day. Despite not knowing how to meditate, I followed the simple instructions of closing my eyes and focusing inward. I prayed for silence because my mind kept going and going and going. I remember praying, Dios, ¿por qué estoy aquí? God, why am I here? I felt this absolute passionate desperation for an answer. As my prayer allowed for my mental stillness, it was as if I, Carla, began to watch a screen. On the screen, I became aware of thousands of flickering lights all in a circle. All of the flickering lights began to converge in the center. As they came together, the whole screen came to light, and I felt the most amazing, inspirational wellness, and I knew in my heart that I was one of those flickering flames. I became aware that I was meant to inspire wellness in my community. I knew that I was a part of something huge, and if I could just play my small little part of inspiring wellness, that act would contribute to the healing of the whole. I have always felt super lucky to possess this knowing and conviction. I know why I'm here. This knowing alone has kept me focused and in line with living the best life for me. Because if ever I stray, I return to this knowing. And I strayed. I strayed last week when I started getting scared about this pandemic. I started getting really scared and I strayed. I strayed from my mission, my purpose, and I was panicking and I just prayed. And the answer was so clear. It was, return to your mission to inspire others. Right now, more than ever, what I can offer is meaningful. and it's not, I don't mean to say what I have to offer. In that moment, that was the message I felt, but I feel really, really strongly that every one of you watching, what you have to offer is very meaningful. Every one of us is a little piece to that puzzle. We're each a little light. And when I asked myself, how can I be of service right now? That's when things shifted for me. And I know it's going to be a day-to-day process as we go through this, but as I keep asking myself, how can I be of service? How can I connect to my mission and purpose? It helps me to be grounded and calm as I go through this with my family. I find in my work as a coach and a nurse, when someone is not well, underneath the illness and lack of well-being, there's always a lack of purpose. This is why so many of us are struggling right now with anxiety and wondering, because we've disconnected to our purpose. We need to connect to that purpose again because it's not helpful. Being anxious and panicking is not helping us make better decisions right now. Reconnecting to our purpose will. I always encourage people to answer the following questions. Why am I here? How am I meant to serve? These questions often create a shocking silence. I either get passionate responses or silence. Sometimes the silence is followed with something like, you're lucky to know your purpose. I just don't know. To this, I always respond that although it sounds like I just received a flash of information telling me why I'm here, that is not the complete story. The truth is, I had been asking the question from my first memories at 4 years old. I remember it very clearly ever since I was 4, asking every day, God, why am I here? Why am I here? I was a very interesting child. I always felt this longing to know why I was here and how I was meant to serve. The prayer was constant. I became aware of the answer when I was ready. With all this being said, I do not believe it has to take years of asking the question. I believe it takes sincerity and persistence to receive an answer. Knowing why you are here, knowing your purpose is like a beacon. During times of doubt, like right now, there are times of doubt and confusion right now, or challenge, your purpose will light the way and give you hope. It will help to refocus your mind, and it can be very, very grounding. Adding the word service to your purpose helps to get you to think outside of yourself. Often I find that people who are physically or mentally sick have a singular focus on themselves. Thinking of your loved ones in your community can contribute to your sense of purpose if you feel your existence matters. Living only for yourself and just to get through life can contribute to depression, addiction, life without meaning, and illness. Someone who lives just for themselves will make different decisions than someone who is here to fulfill a purpose for the greater good. I invite you to ask yourself the following 4 questions. What is my gift? What am I good at? What is my purpose? And how am I meant to serve? If you know the answers to the questions above, wonderful. If not, it's okay. I encourage you to say the following prayer daily until you know your purpose. Do not feel frustrated if you do not know. Shift your focus to trusting that the answer is there and it will reveal itself when you are ready. Do not stop asking and praying. The answer will come. Close your eyes and bring your awareness inward. A prayer for you. God, help me to realize why I am here. Make me aware of my gifts and purpose so that I may share it with my community. Help me to know myself so that I may serve myself, my community, and the world at large. Woo! All right. How's everyone doing? How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I'm just looking to make sure everything's still working. All right, good. Everything is on point. All right, this next chapter, I know I'm saying this a lot, but this one, very important. Remember, if any of you were with me when I talked about money, how we tend to neglect that part of our wellness, this is another area where we often neglect. And we need to address it. So, okay. I'm going to need a refill, and my lovely children have not checked on me. I think they forgot I'm up here. Okay, here we go. Are you ready? This part's important. If I'm going to even say a little prayer about it. Please, whoever is meant to hear this message, let them tune in. Allow them to open their heart and their ears to hear the following message. Okay, so part 4, chapter 3. Know and love your darkness. Only in the darkness can you see the stars. By Martin Luther King Jr. What is your dark side? This is the very human part of us that makes mistakes. The dark part of yourself also represents the part that is challenged and struggles. Often we label our dark side as our bad habits, our addictions, and our limitations. I find one of two things usually happens with people and their dark side. 1, they judge and critique their dark side incessantly, or 2, they simply ignore it and are not even aware. A very small percentage of people are aware of their dark side and utilize this knowledge to adjust their behaviors in order to live their best life. Remember when I said earlier, you have to love your whole self in order to live your best life. And it means you have to love the dark parts of yourself too. It is my greatest wish to inspire you to look at your dark side, learn from it, and utilize what you learn to modify your behaviors. Knowing and loving your dark side is a huge part of you being the absolute best version of yourself. Your dark side contains many jewels of information. Your dark side is the shadow part of everything that is great about you. It is the part of you that is proud and at times keeps you disconnected from your community. Some of you may know your dark side as your ego. I love the acronym EGO, standing for E, edging God out. Edging God out. When you operate from your ego, it separates you from the absolute best parts of yourself. Your ego or pride is the part of you that often hinders your ultimate success. Knowing and understanding your dark side can be an amazing tool to help guide you to learn, grow, and interact with others in your life in a way that will contribute to your absolute success. This part of you is what connects you to other humans. Knowing this part not only connects you to others, but it awards you personal awareness so that you may grow, persevere, and succeed in living your best life. Before you can contemplate your dark side, you must know what it is. Exercise. Take a deep breath, inhaling in, exhaling out. Ask yourself, what are my greatest daily challenges? Secondly, what do I do daily that separates me from others and challenges my life? What do I do daily that separates me from others and challenges my life? Next, what do I do repeatedly that challenges me in my daily life? So it's a similar question, but just asked in a different way. So, for example, do you people please? Do you criticize? Do you get angry? Are you sarcastic? Which of my daily actions are contributing to me suffering physically, emotionally, mentally, and or spiritually? You may have to think about this after this video. It may not all be clear. Keep your list handy and add to it as you gain new insights. Now that you're aware of your dark side, you can begin to plan accordingly. Please know if you are not already aware, it will come. Once you start asking questions, you may become aware in your daily dreams or night dreams. Please, 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 if you have an insight, write it down. So what you're looking for in your day-to-day is when you suffer. So when you suffer in your day, either by feeling upset or when you feel ashamed of something you're doing, that's a sign. For me, one of the things lately, my dark side, one of my dark parts is I'm very sensitive. Another part is that I can be very angry. I have outbursts. I can yell. I yell at my children. Those are some of because I'm just passionate. Some of us keep acting from our dark side because there's something about our dark side that's keeping us safe. So exercise. What about my dark side keeps me safe physically, emotionally, mentally, and or spiritually? So you may have never thought of this before, so it's hard to have an answer right away, but keep it in the back of your mind, asking yourself, what about your dark side has actually been helpful to you? So some of us don't trust. We don't let people in, we don't get close to them, and it helps because then we don't get hurt, right? For example, part of my dark side is that I am super sensitive. Being super sensitive helps me to keep people an arm distance away so they will not hurt me. Unfortunately, it also limits my intimate relationships. Often they do not grow because I won't let it happen. This has been super helpful for me to know. When I am feeling sensitive about an interaction, I can ask myself, is it in my best interest to be sensitive right now? That's a really good question, right? So asking yourself, is it in my best interest to act this way? And sometimes, yes. Sometimes, yes, it's protecting you. Sometimes it's no, it's not really useful right now. This helps you to start using information and getting to know yourself really well so that you can do better. So many of us are stuck in a child state. So this is why you find grown adults, like me included, where we've kept childhood patterns, where we're not acting reasonable. I'm sure you can think of that with your loved ones, how there's times, even though they're adults, they don't act reasonable, and there's times when you don't act reasonable. It usually is stemming from our fears and from our childhood, things that we have not resolved. By knowing and understanding your dark side, it will help to keep you safe, and it will also help you to rationalize with your childlike self that you will be okay. Knowing is half the battle, and the more you know about your dark side, the more you will be able to address your fears and create a plan that both keeps you safe but does not stunt your personal growth. Your dark side is intrinsically related to your gifts and what makes you shine. For example, if you are intuitive, your dark self is sensitive. If your gift is that you are curious, then your dark side may be nosy and intrusive. If your gift is being organized, then your dark side may be controlling. If you remove the bad parts of yourself, you will also be getting rid of the good parts too. This is why it's important to love all of you. If you remain open, it's easy to witness that your dark side has many lessons to teach you. The dark parts of yourself can help you grow and improve. One of the aspects of my shadow self is my sensitivity. There are many times when I get my feelings hurt unnecessarily. The more I get curious and investigate this part of myself, I have discovered this huge web of patterns present inside of me. I have discovered that I look to others to fill me up, approve of me, and fill a void inside of me that causes loneliness and anxiety. I create conflict with others when they do not meet my expectations. The more I ask questions and witness my patterns, I discover that I can fill these needs myself. I do not need to rely on others to complete me. I have learned to trust, and I'm learning now to be happy inside, regardless of what is happening outside. Everyone's dark side is different, so the best way to learn from yourself is to commit to self-assessments and daily inquiry. I encourage you to ask yourself anytime you feel something uncomfortable, ask yourself, what is this moment trying to teach me? Why do I feel this way? Why am I reacting in this way? These questions are key for you to getting to know your dark side in a meaningful way. I hope you'll keep curious, stay curious, learn from yourself, learn from the dark parts of yourself. I consider your dark side to be a gift in many ways. One of the most important is that it humbles you. It humbles me, that's for sure, and connects us to all humans. The more we shed light on this aspect of our being, the more compassion and empathy we feel for others. When we acknowledge our dark side, it is difficult to judge others and be critical. Instead, we inspire others to heal and accept themselves. It is revolutionary. My prayer for you. I pray you love and accept yourself in your entirety. I pray you begin to witness and learn from the dark parts of yourself. May you love and accept your dark side and inspire others to do the same. You are perfect. May you know and accept this truth. All right, moving right along. This is where we are. Sure takes a while to read, doesn't it? My audiobook is 8 hours long, so I guess this makes sense, right? All right. Hello, Leanne, how are you? I'm running out of water. Boys, can you bring me tea, please? Tea. Okay, we're in the home stretch, and I'm so grateful for those of you who visited me and shared this out and given me affirmations, and I'm excited. Thank you. Thank you so much. So just so you all know, let's see. For all of the healthcare workers out there, I'm praying for your safety, your sanity, and your strength, and thank you. Thank you, honey. Oh, okay. Oh, water then. Can you bring me water instead? Okay, so I have to tell you all something. My beautiful husband brought my mug, and he just roasted green coffee beans, roasted them, right? Okay. So just roasted them and then made me a fresh pot of coffee. How cool is that? Oh my God, it smells amazing. So this is my amazing cup. Hi, Daria. Welcome. I ordered them online. These are Ethiopian. If you message me on Facebook, I'll share with you where I got them because they were really good and they were a good price. And so there's just nothing like roasting them yourself. It's incredible. But I get them online through Amazon. I found a place I like, and I'm happy to share. And look, so my husband this is my Dia de los Muertos with the little butterfly. Yes, I love coffee too, and this is the best. I drink it black. I don't drink anything in it because it's so good. I can't even have any right now because it's too hot. But all right, here we go. We're in the home stretch. I'm so excited. Oh, this chapter is important. So if you can please share this video out because maybe it will help someone out there. And that's because he really loves coffee, Daria. He's a true coffee drinker. That's awesome. And my book, Live Your Best Life Now, is available on Audible, iTunes, and physically and on ebook. And I'm reading it today because I wanted to share how to apply Live Your Best Life principles to the current crisis. So I'm reading my book. I started at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. and I'm still going strong. I still have part 5 to read. Okay, good. So here we go. I'm so happy you are here. And we are reading a very important. So who present, you don't have to admit it if you don't want to, has ever been guilty of judging others? Me, definitely. And it's important to look at that. So part 4, chapter 4, judgment. Everything we judge in others is something within ourselves we don't want to face. Author unknown. Hi, Matthew. Nice to see you again. Daria, yeah, me too. I had to raise both my hands. I have not met someone that does not judge others. I haven't, not yet. Becoming aware of our judgments can be such a great teacher. Judging is a human trait. Learning to accept judgment in ourselves and others and learning to grow from our knowledge is a huge part of living our best life. Being honest and aware of judgments helps us to learn, adjust, love, and accept ourselves and others. It's very liberating. Judgments can teach us a lot about ourselves. Often when we are judging others, we are insecure about a part of ourselves or possibly even disliking ourselves. I have found that judgment is usually not about the other person. It's something in here, and it's good information for me so I can do better for myself. For example, feeling someone is mean may simply mean we are relating to the person. It is much easier to judge someone for being mean rather than face that we may be being mean ourselves. I forget sometimes that on Instagram, I can only be live for an hour, so I have to start over. There we go. Okay, good. All right, so exercise. The next time you find yourself judging someone else, ask yourself the following. So these questions are very helpful. Are you ready? Do I do this too? So when I judge someone, like the other day I was judging, they're not being careful. They're being a little lazy about this. I asked myself, do I do this too? If the answer is no, then you can work on forgiving the other person for being human and return your focus to yourself, to minding your own ship. If The answer is yes, which for me was yes. Yes, sometimes I'm not careful. Sometimes I can be lazy. Can I forgive myself for acting in this way? What is the one thing I can do to stop acting in this way? So now you have information. Now you've forgiven yourself. Now you have information. If not, we just keep judging, right? But we're missing an opportunity to do valuable personal work. Lastly, you ask, can I forgive this person for acting in a way that simply reminds me of me? And usually my answer is yes to that. Because how am I going to hold someone accountable to a higher standard than me? And by the time I get to that question, I usually realize this wasn't about them, it's about me. While it is important to accept all parts of oneself, learn and do better, it is important to acknowledge the dark parts of judgment and the importance of judging less. Judgment is the cancer of thoughts. It multiplies and takes over if given the opportunity. I have never seen any good come from the act of judging. Unfortunately, it seems to be the dominating thought in so many people. In my own life, it is a constant challenge to release judgments. Judgment most often is present within the self about the self. I say that because we hear judgment and we're thinking about judging others, but a lot of times we're most guilty of judging ourselves. Judgment is the fastest way to kill creation. The foundation of judgment is insecurity. It is the belief that the self is not enough, and it is the lack of love towards self. If you feel like you are not enough and you do not like yourself, you will not want to create and manifest your dreams. Living your best life becomes impossible if you do not feel like you deserve it. One of the best ways to banish judgment is to let go of the idea of banishing or getting rid of. Judgment just is. It just happens. Accepting this thought and this emotion enables it to be transient. I find it extremely useful to watch my thoughts, and when a judgment arises, thinking, oh, how interesting, getting curious about it. Nothing more, nothing less, and going on about my day. Judgment is like a little flame, and if I feed it with air, with attention, it grows. But if you just watch it and say, oh, how interesting, it is not long before the flame dies. Sometimes judgment can be very powerful, and watching your thoughts may not be enough. If you are finding that judgment is not leaving and the feeling simply continues to grow, it is essential to bring in the big guns. Are you ready for the big guns? The greatest arsenal you have is your capacity to love. In these challenging moments, it is an absolute godsend to ask yourself, how can I bring love to this situation? How can I bring love into this situation? Be still and know the answer. Bring love to this situation that is causing you to judge. God is so great. God will never let your prayers go unanswered, especially if your heart is open and you are still enough to answer. Judgment is an addiction. It is addicting to judge because it has an element of control. Without judgment, people, situations, places are all unexpected. For most of us, our psyche loves control. Judging feels safe because it provides some sort of control. Hi, Isabel. I'm so happy you're here. The next time you feel your mind going to judgment, I encourage you to return the focus to your breath. Inhale in love, and with each exhale, release the judgment. Continue breathing until you have separated yourself from the judgment. Placing your hand on your heart, say the following: I am safe. I encourage you to say it right now. It feels so beautiful. Placing your hand on your heart. I am safe. Control is an illusion. In fact, control is quite limiting. Although control feels safe, it inhibits spontaneity and creation, opening up to the possibility of releasing control and accepting that you are inherently safe is a huge step towards living your best life. My prayer for you. May you use your mind to focus on love and center yourself into your heart. Bring loving kindness to your actions, words, and thoughts. I pray when you feel judgment towards something or someone, you call to your higher self. Trust in the part of you that loves unconditionally and surrender to this truth. Know that you are loved and accepted by God. God made you in His image. I pray you will breathe in to the God spark within you and actualize all that you are. I pray that you will bring loving kindness to all you encounter. I pray you will love. All right, let's see if my coffee is ready. I'm not going to tell my husband that it's a little too dark of a roast. Which leads us to the next chapter, which is be grateful. All right. All right, we're doing good, right? Part 4, Chapter 5. I know, Daria. Oh my gosh. I'm particular about a few things. When I roast coffee beans, I like them to be medium roast because it brings out more of the fruit and acidic tones, the molasses tone. It's incredible. But once you go darker, it's more chocolatey, rich, which is wonderful. Anyways, it's still better coffee than anywhere I can buy anywhere else. So it's amazing. You all are going to think I'm a jerk now because I said that. No, you're not. I don't know what you're thinking. I have no way of knowing what you're thinking. Okay. I'm so excited because this next chapter is about gratitude. Gratitude. Well, Leanne, you would like this. You would like, it's really good. Oh my gosh. I love coffee, and I didn't know I loved coffee until, I don't know, 10 years ago was when what happened was I don't like bad coffee. By bad coffee, I mean most all coffee out there. And okay, I'm judging coffee. I don't like coffee found like at McDonald's or Starbucks or Folgers or I mean, it's okay. And I don't need it for energy. So when I first discovered local coffee roasters and I started drinking freshly roasted coffee and discovering what I like, it became an incredible spiritual experience is all I have to say. Well, Leanne, I appreciate that you think I'm never a jerk, but sometimes I can be. But that's okay. That's normal. All right, part 4, chapter 5. I love this chapter. I just love. Anyways, be grateful is what it's called. Thank you is the best prayer that anyone could say. Thank you expresses extreme gratitude, humility, and understanding by Alice Walker. I just want to encourage you to feel what it feels like to even say thank you. If you can place your hand on your heart and just say thank you 3 times, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, it's so beautiful. Thank you is so beautiful. And when people say thank you to you, allow them that experience and say, you're welcome. You're welcome. I'm working on that part. And make sure you're thankful. Gratitude is the most powerful, uplifting feeling in the world. It is the one feeling that can get you out of a funk, and it can literally heal your body. It has been proven scientifically that the feeling of I can't talk. Okay, I'm getting loopy. Because what time is it? Let's see. Oh my gosh, 3:45. I'm getting a little loopy. This part's so important though. So it's been proven, research shows that the feeling of gratitude literally reduces cortisol levels in the body. It boosts your immune system and stimulates the production of serotonin. Serotonin is a feel-good hormone. Gratitude acts as a reset. It can reset any feeling or emotion, no matter how dark your mood or situation. If you don't believe me, try it. If you can sincerely feel gratitude, that's the key word, sincerely feel gratitude for anything. It can shift your attitude instantly. So that's part of the trick, is when you're in a really dark space, finding something to feel grateful for that's sincere is the trick. Because sometimes I know when I'm in a dark place, I find it hard to be grateful. It's very difficult. And so I have to find something that I feel. So sometimes it takes a moment to feel like, okay, I feel grateful for the sun right now. Or I feel great for, I'm going to get hiccups. I feel grateful for, I try to find gratitude. I try to start small. And then if I'm having a lot of trouble, then I pull in my children or my husband, because I can always feel grateful for them, pretty much always. All right. So part of embracing your whole self is learning to be grateful for every gift, big or small, that is present in your life. So often we become numb to all the great people, situations, things, and thoughts in our life. Think about now. How many of you have noticed that you took for granted being able to walk into a store and get what you wanted? Or that bread is going to be available. I never in my life have worried about finding bread or eggs, not once. Or being able to, there's just so many things lately that I've realized I have taken for granted for most of my life. And I'm going to try not to take for granted. Like just even taking for granted that I can walk across the street and go say hi to my neighbor. Right now I can't do that. And so I'm realizing I took that for granted. I took for granted being able to go to the park, go. So learning to be grateful is very important. Oh, Daria. Daria's mentioning that she can't hug her mother right now. And yes, thank you for that reminder, because I think, I think we all forget that we take it for granted, like hugging my children. I'm getting close to, because I'm exposing myself, when I go to work, I see people, and right now we're discussing like how much do we still interact with our children to keep them safe. So, yes, thank you for that reminder, Daria. I'm going to remember to really be grateful. And I know I wish I could hug my mom too. Um, and I will, again, God willing. Okay, gratitude is infectious. The more we are grateful, the more we see and feel grateful about. Gratitude begets gratitude. Take 3 deep breaths and ask yourself, what can I genuinely feel grateful for in this moment? So inhaling in, exhaling out. Inhaling in, another deep breath. Exhaling out. And just allow whatever you feel grateful for in this moment to grow in your heart, mind, and spirit. Just feel the gratitude. Feel the gratitude fill your heart and your soul and your mind. Wait until you think of something you are sincerely grateful for. Keep thinking about it and write it down. That's if you have the power to write. Do not censor yourself. If you feel grateful for light switches, do not judge that. That's a great thing to feel grateful for. Even if you are in a dark place mentally, find something to be grateful for. Even if it's just a pen or gratitude for, I don't know, sometimes when I'm in dark places, I have to really think about it. I have to be like, okay, I'm grateful for plumbing because I think about what my life would be like without it. And, you just find what you can. It's important to cultivate daily gratitude. A great practice is to keep a gratitude journal. Start off your day by writing things you're grateful for and end the day in the same way. It's a beautiful way to end your day. One of the things that I just started recently that, like today, is I decided as a family, we can do more with gratitude, especially right now. So I just took a 99-cent book from Walmart and I wrote on the front, the Caldwell Gratitude Journal. I'm going to leave it at our dinner table because we eat dinner together every day. And I'm going to ask my family for each of us to write what we're grateful for. Because right now it's important. It's important to keep that, our thoughts on gratitude. Thank you, Daria. Thank you for joining. Your presence was very appreciated. Thank you. So my prayer for you, I pray you open your mind, heart, and spirit to gratitude. May you be grateful for all of your blessings. May you be continuously aware of all forms of abundance that come into your life. May this awareness bless you in every way possible. Part 4, conclusion. Choose to embrace all of you. When there is no enemy within, the enemies outside cannot hurt you. African proverb. Knowing and actualizing your gift will serve as a vehicle to direct your efforts. Knowing your gift will provide clarity. Your gift will serve as your message and service to your community. Your purpose will energize you and inspire you to keep improving your gift and sharing with your community. Not only will knowing your gift and purpose help your community, but it will benefit you personally. Knowing your gift and purpose will directly contribute to your physical health, mental well-being, and your spiritual wellness. Knowing why you are here and what you do best reduces doubt, anxiety, and stress. It literally makes you healthier because you worry and stress less. Exploring your dark side will relate you to the human side of all of your encounters. It will strengthen your gift and purpose because usually your dark side is the shadow of your gift. Knowing your shadow self will help you become self-aware and help you to bypass any self-defeating habits. One of the greatest distractions in knowing yourself and actualizing your gift and purpose is the act of judging. Being aware and healing the part of you that judges will advance you in your self-awareness journey. It will also help you to share the best part of you. During any part of your journey of knowing yourself and becoming your absolute best self, if and when you become distracted by sadness, anger, judgment, or self-doubt, feeling gratitude can serve as a reset for you to return to your best self. Daily set intentions to know yourself completely. Utilize the tools shared with you in this book. Knowing your complete self will inspire you to be your best, which will directly affect you living your best life. My prayer for you. I pray with open, mindful, and loving eyes, you may get to know your whole self. I pray you love yourself in your entirety. May you share the most authentic parts of yourself with your community and inspire each person you encounter to love themselves. I pray you remain grateful for this whole experience. May you be yourself and thrive. Yay! Okay. So we are at the last part. This is how much we have left. Part 5. I need a bathroom break. I'm amazed I've lasted this long. So I'm going to take a short break and then I'm going to finish us off. How does that sound? All right. I think I'm just going to let this go live and I'm going to take a little break. Like 2 minutes. And then we're going to get her done. How does that sound? All right. I'll be right back. Be right back. Be right back. All right. I hope you're all doing amazing. I'm so excited if you are still with me. Uh-oh. Ah. I'm going to start this video over again. Not on Instagram. Instagram's fine. And yes, okay, I'm going to start this over again. I'll be right back, okay? So if you're with me on Periscope, Facebook, YouTube, I'm just going to stop the video and start it again. So wherever you're watching from, please join me. I'm going to do the conclusion of Live Your Best Life. All right, thank you so much. I'll be right back.